Testing, testing. Okay, good morning. We're on the record in case number 9749, our hearing to review the proposed pilot thermal energy network systems in compliance with the Warmth Act of 2024. Today and tomorrow we're going to be reviewing the pilot proposals by Baltimore Gas and Electric and Washington Gas Light, and have comments from them and other parties. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commission Advisor Ms. Santiago Mosier to start us off. So.
Good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Melanie Santiago Mosier, Commission Advisor. We're going to start the day with Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, and I'll turn it to Mr. Michel to introduce his panel.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Joel Michel on behalf of BGE. I am joined at the table by Lauren Urbanik, who is our Senior Manager of Strategic Planning, Jennifer Hendrick, our Principal Business Program Manager, and John Frayne, our VP of Regulatory Policy and Strategy. We're going to have a presentation, which I think is on the screen, and I'll hand it over to our panelists.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Lauren Urbanik, as Mr. Michel said. Next slide, please. So we wanted to start out today by taking a minute to really level set exactly what we're talking about when we talk about a network geothermal system, since that's what we're going to be spending the next 2 days doing. So really, at a high level, a network geothermal system is exactly what it sounds like. It's a geothermal system that is connected across a network of buildings. And these buildings share the system. They utilize a shared bore field of vertical wells, vertical thermal wells, which can really result in greater thermal balance across the whole system and greater efficiency as well. A network geothermal system, it has similar components to a typical geothermal system that you'd have that would serve one building, including this set of boreholes that are vertically drilled through bedrock, where the temperatures stay consistent throughout the year. Fluid then circulates through these vertical wells, which absorbs heat or releases heat depending on the season. And then the heat is transferred to the individual buildings through a geothermal heat pump. The difference really is with the network system, as you can see in the picture, that horizontal ambient loop connects then to the vertical bores. And it has a centralized pump house that then circulates the fluid throughout the entire system. And this type of system is beneficial because it can take advantage of the various heating and cooling needs between different types of buildings, which you will see as we incorporate it into our proposal, as well as the shared bore field as well. Next slide, please. So why are we pursuing network geothermal? First and foremost, BGE is very invested in a decarbonized future for Maryland. We're working on a number of related programs and initiatives, including the Empower Maryland Energy Efficiency and Decarbonization programs, working through the Future of Gas proceeding, electric vehicle programs, virtual power plants, energy storage, a number of related and interlinked programs. Of course, these immediate pilots, as the chair mentioned, were enabled by the passage of the Warmth Act. But BGE sees this as really a potential promising technology that could be used throughout our service territory. It's important to note, really I think as you'll hear throughout this hearing, stakeholders generally seem to agree on the benefits of testing this technology of the state, and that was really the intent of the legislature in passing the Warmth Act. But network geothermal, it stands out for a number of really important reasons. These systems are very highly efficient. They transfer energy rather than generate energy by burning fossil fuels or others. So they're about they result in about 4 to 5 times more energy than they consume because of this transfer. They also result in a greater reduction in carbon emissions as compared to electrifying with air source heat pumps. And in addition, importantly, from a utility perspective, these systems have a flatter load profile than other electrification solutions, meaning they reduce demand on the grid and they reduce system peaks, again, when you're comparing with other ways of electrifying. So they would likely result in less in the way of transmission and distribution upgrades. So solving for these peaks, when we're talking about a highly electrified future, that's one of really the biggest challenges from a utility perspective. So this could be a substantial benefit. The sharing of these energy sources, these vertical boreholes, these sources and sinks, as I talked about, it means that the overall system should be more efficient than if these projects were done at individual buildings using geothermal individually. These also could have the potential to act as non-pipeline alternatives to traditional gas infrastructure in certain circumstances. And of course, there's significant potential workforce development opportunities, particularly when it comes to upskilling the existing gas workforce that has a lot of the same skill set. Next slide, please. BGE recognizes that these pilot projects, these are a bold investment for the state. We also recognize that a clean energy transition does take these kinds of bold investments. And we're very eager to partner with the state and with other stakeholders to be part of the solution. And it's also important to note, unlike other pilot projects, network geothermal projects, they're really essentially building a new utility service for customers in a way that could potentially be very transformative. This is really, many pilot projects are just testing a concept, and this really goes beyond this. It goes beyond being just an experiment. And they're really platforms, I think, that could help us determine when and how to deploy this technology. The in-unit retrofits, these are required by the Warmth Act. They do add some cost, they do add some complexity, but there's the benefits to customer efficiency, customer comfort, and would give utilities also really key and different experience working behind the meter than many of the other projects that we've pursued before. The cost estimates in BGE's proposal, which we'll talk a bit about, these are based on conceptual designs. So highlighting that just because there are a number of points that we would expect would evolve with future design phases as well. Also want to acknowledge, this will come with a learning curve for utilities, for stakeholders, for local governments. And we have learned a lot from other places that have pursued this technology already. We've done a lot of upfront learning to try to really incorporate as much as that as we can into these programs. But they do tend to be solutions that are not fully customized to each location, but those individual firsthand experiences will be really valuable for this. Education for customers, for local governments, for our internal teams, for the workforce. This will really be a key to success of this project overall, and especially how it could be scaled in the future. So I will turn it now to my colleague Jen Hendrick, who will walk through some of the details of the pilots.
Thanks, Lauren. Good morning. If you could go to the next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our site selection process. So we worked with CDM Smith, who had extensive experience in network geothermal. And then, as Lauren mentioned, we really worked with stakeholders across the industry to really understand what would make a successful pilot. We were looking for sites that fit the Warmth Act criteria, that were technically viable, and then had strong customer partnerships. We started with over 50 sites where this could potentially work, and we went to 40 of them, or almost 40 of them physically, with BGE's team and CDM Smith's team. We looked at the space constraints of the sites, as well as the age and the layouts of buildings, just making sure that we could actually feasibly put in the network geothermal at those sites. After visiting the 40 sites, we were able to narrow down to about 20 sites that we did a desktop review. That desktop review is a go, no-go analysis looking at things like geology, environmental constraints, available electric capacity, as well as the criteria of the Warmth Act, so that low to moderate income housing customers and existing gas customers. Through that go, no-go analysis, we were able to come to our top 5 sites. At this step, we took the criteria that we used in the go, no-go analysis and made it more granular and put a weight to it so that we could further score those 5 sites. And a key point at this analysis was we engaged our customers at all 5 of these sites. we knew, talking to Eversource about their pilot, that strong customer support and local support was really fundamental to the success of the pilot. So at this stage, really engaging with the customers and making sure that they had support and enthusiasm to move forward. And through that, we were able to go from that 5 sites to our top 2 sites that we will talk about next. If you would like to go to the next slide. So our first site is our Columbia pilot site in Columbia, Maryland. Our primary bore field for this site is at the Verona at Oakland Mills. This is like a 200 customer multi-family apartment garden style building. This is owned by the Howard Housing Commission and therefore meets the LMI criteria that we were looking for. At these buildings, we'll be retrofitting the HVAC system to connect it to geothermal, as well as replacing the gas appliances with electric appliances. The ambient loop runs from the apartments past 2 community centers. These are owned by the Columbia Association, and picks those up, and then ends at the Columbia Ice Rink. There are some additional bore fields at the Columbia Ice Rink, and this ice rink will provide waste heat into the system, which will help with the thermal balance of the system. If you could go to the next slide. Our second site is Coppin State University in Baltimore City. The primary bore field for this site is at Coppin State University. We will also be retrofitting their daily residence hall, so changing out the HVAC equipment within daily residence hall and making this part of the network geothermal system. The ambient loop will then run down the street to St. Stephen's Court Apartments. These are low-income senior housing apartments, and this is 72 units. And so we will be replacing their HVAC with the network geothermal system, as well as, again, replacing the gas appliances within this property with electric appliances. You could go to the next slide. So there's a lot to learn through these pilots. We want to learn how network geothermal can shape Maryland's decarbonized future. The key questions that we're asking ourselves throughout this pilot have to do with customer acceptance, technical feasibility, and financial viability. There's quantitative learnings that we could gather, such as energy consumption, cost, and outages, as well as qualitative learnings like workforce development, the timeline, and customer sentiment. So that's what we hope to learn across the pilots, but then each of the pilots offer unique and distinct learning. So Coppin is in an urban setting, and it's also a university setting. And there's the potential to recover waste heat from the solar thermal. We're still trying to identify if this would be feasible. And then at the Columbia site, this is a more suburban environment. We've confirmed that we can recover the waste heat from the ice rink, and this is at the endpoint of a gas line as well. I briefly wanted to mention the budget and benefit cost analysis. So with the ITC and IRA funding, both projects together would be $83 million. Without the funding from the ITC and IRA, this would be $130 million. Including that funding, Columbia itself would be $54 million and Coppin would be $44 million. The reason why these 2 individuals don't directly add to $83 million is because there are cost synergies from conducting both pilots at the same time. And briefly mention the benefit cost analysis. It's important to note here that this was looking at electrification via air source heat pumps compared to electrification with ground source heat pumps. So with the ITC and IRA funding, it is very close to 1, but without that funding, it does drop a little bit. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, John.
Thanks, Jen. Good morning, Commissioners. I wanted to just briefly discuss the cost recovery proposal that BGE has made here. In order for BGE to proceed with the pilots, we do need a firm Commission decision that explicitly authorizes a cost recovery method, given that we are now operating in a multi-year plan without a reconciliation. And so without the regulatory asset that BGE has requested, we would not have any ability to recover the operations and maintenance expenses that would be incurred over the next year plus while we're actually, deploying and implementing the pilots that you may authorize. So we are merely asking for a regulatory asset that would allow us to defer and track the incremental costs associated with deploying these pilots. That regulatory asset, we are asking that it would be included in rate base in a future rate case, and that it would authorize this, or you would authorize it, assuming that it would, pass the prudency review in that rate case, that you would agree that it should receive the same return, the same full, reasonable, fair return that the Commission might authorize for other distribution investments in that rate case. To be clear, we are not asking to begin earning that return now. We're not asking to defer that return now into the regulatory asset. We would only earn that return after that rate case, after the Commission determines what the fair and reasonable return is for all distribution investments, and we would only earn it in rates until such time as that regulatory asset was fully recovered. So this is the time-tested traditional way that costs like this for incremental costs like this for initiatives that are driven by new regulatory or legislative requirements that come up between rate cases. This is how they've been handled in the past, and that's why we're requesting it here. I'd also note that, while OPC has proposed a surcharge in the alternative, which we wouldn't oppose a surcharge here, I would just note that I think that for, the level of costs that we're talking about here, a surcharge for customers on their bill would, in my mind, be probably overly complicated and burdensome for all parties and customers in the Commission in this case, when a regulatory asset that could just simply track and be used to defer those incremental costs until a prudency review would accomplish the method of cost recovery and allow for a proper prudency review in this case. I would also like to just mention that BGE is requesting that the cost recovery for these pilots be made from electric customers. We do believe that that is the approach that was most supported by cost causation and is also supported by Maryland law. We do believe that the Warmth Act gives the Commission the ability to determine that these costs should be recovered from electric customers. The Warmth Act itself says that electric companies may propose and implement pilots, which, I think must mean that the legislature contemplated electric customers paying for a network geothermal pilot, and BGE as a combined electric and gas utility affords that opportunity for the Commission to determine that would be so. We believe that it's proper for electric customers to pay for the network geothermal service, in this pilot, and we believe that if these pilots are successful, which we absolutely hope that they are successful, and network geothermal service becomes something that is more fully deployed in Maryland, at that point, the cost of network geothermal service should be paid for by the customers who are taking network geothermal service, right? Who are benefiting from that service. And the reality is, network geothermal customers are also going to be, by default, electric customers. They're still going to be electric customers. What they will not be is natural gas distribution system customers. And so we believe that that it is punitive, quite frankly, for the gas customers who remain on the natural gas system to be asked to not only cover now the fixed costs that aren't going to be covered by the customers who have left the natural gas system, but to also pay for the costs in this case of a pilot that these natural gas system customers aren't benefiting from. So at the end of the day, we do believe that that's a decision that's up to the commission. We certainly understand that one of the points of a network geothermal pilot here, from the legislature's view, was the possibility of avoided gas system replacement costs, and that there are some benefits to deploying a networked geothermal system for natural gas customers. And so at the end of the day, staff had recommended that there be a compromise of sorts where electric customers would pay for the network geothermal pilots up to the level of validated benefits that they receive, and then gas customers would pay for the remaining amount. And while we also think that that is somewhat complicated, at the end of the day, if that's what the commission wanted to determine, we do think that that's the next least harmful option before you.
Great. So as you heard from my colleague, Ms. Hendrick, BGE's pilot really was deeply influenced by extensive stakeholder collaboration, both with state groups, local groups, labor partners, regional network geothermal collaboratives, other experts in the space, and a number of the stakeholders are in the room today. You'll hear from them over the next day or two. But this collaboration, this learning, really informed everything from the location of the pilots to the technical designs of the pilots as we have done so far, to also the proposed timelines that we have put in the proposal, and other program details as well. As we did mention, these pilots are only at the conceptual level of design at this stage. So a number of the ideas and suggestions that were raised in the stakeholder comments, they will be considered more deeply as we get a little bit deeper into the forthcoming phases of design. But just wanted to touch on a few of the ones that came up in a few stakeholder comments. Backup heat to start. A few stakeholders mentioned this. We did propose to include auxiliary electric resistance heating in the multifamily units within the pilot projects. Though a couple important points as we're thinking about this would only be used for emergency purposes in the case of a line strike or another kind of failure of the system. And we're also thinking about this really to ensure customer satisfaction during the pilot phases of these projects. The Warmth Act allows for customers to opt out of the pilots at various, really any stage of the pilot program. So really wanted to protect against that. But that being said, we do recognize backup heat is not essential to the day-to-day operations of a network geothermal system. It's really one of the big benefits that it does not need backup heat, whereas in some cases, electric air source heat pumps would require that. So this is not generally something that we'd expect to pursue as a typical solution if we were to scale the program, if this was beyond a pilot phase. And in addition, we are considering other design options that would prevent and address potential system failures. So really, decisions are to be determined on that. A number of stakeholders also brought up comments about really other behind-the-meter technical design elements. Desuperheaters, inclusion of a solar thermal system that's in place at compensate use of induction stoves, that kind of thing. These will also, we're committed to considering these kinds of things in later design stages. As for demand response, this was another piece that We expect to be a big learning from running these pilots to determine really if and how these projects can participate in demand response markets. There are certain thresholds that we would need to meet in terms of demand reductions to be able to bid these into those markets. It's just something that until we really are operating the projects that we won't have a great handle on. But it is something that we would expect to learn and expect to pursue if we're able to. Regarding workforce development, BGE continues to work with IBEW Local 410 on an agreement that would result in strong and meaningful labor development, while also resulting in efficient and really successful completion of the pilot projects as well. We held quarterly update meetings with the union. We most recently met with them at a bargaining meeting on September 19th. And we're very eager and look forward to continuing to work with the union to agree on the details of how we'll work together. And I will note, as stated in our written reply comments, BGE does not agree with the Local 410's characterization of the engagement efforts. Some of the points raised by the union in their July 18th comments, including that BGE has refused to provide the union with the list of contractors who will perform the construction and maintenance and operation. We simply just don't know those kinds of details yet. We won't know those kind of details until we have a contractor on board, which just won't happen until we get approval from the commission for the projects to move forward and after we complete a more in-depth design of these projects. We've shared the proposed locations of the pilot along with a number of other details that were outlined in the proposal and have been in conversations. But we just haven't incurred those kinds of design costs yet to get those kinds of answers. But we look forward to continuing to collaborate to come to a workforce development and upskilling for the gas workforce especially. Next slide, please. So in summary, BGE is very excited at the prospect of piloting these network geothermal systems. These are an efficient and unique approach to reduce emissions and make further progress towards the state's climate goals. They do require bold and forward-thinking investment, but the qualitative and quantitative insights that we would expect to gain will help both BGE and the state determine how this technology could be scaled and the best uses for it. In order to move forward with these projects, BGE, as you heard from my colleague, Mr. Frayne, would respectfully request that the Commission approve a regulatory asset for cost recovery, along with appropriate budgets that would allow us to successfully complete the projects. And in addition, we do request swift approval for the proposals so that we can meet the timelines that are outlined in the proposals. And with that, we are all happy to answer any questions.
All right, Commissioner Sussman.
Good morning. So let's go to slide 2. This is the what is a network geothermal system. Okay. So we've got sort of 4 sort of basic elements: the bore field, the ambient load, pump house, and ground source heat pump. When you actually do the work, what do you anticipate BGE will own? Will you own any of this?
So we will own the thermal network. So that would be the vertical loops in the ground and the ambient pipe.
Okay.
The ground source heat pump, to get the ITC credit, we will have to own that for 5 years. So we'll own it for 5 years to have that incentive and then transfer the ownership to the customer after that.
Okay. When you own that, will you rate base that?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll rate base it for 5 years, and then you will transfer ownership, so that'll go off your books.
Correct.
Okay. And then the pump house.
That would also be owned by BGE.
Okay. If you were to do the pilot and after 2 years it's determined that it's not cost effective, we don't give you the extra year for construction, what will happen to the pipes that are in that are sort of underground? You're going to go in and just dig those out?
No, we would abandon that infrastructure. However, we would remove the above ground infrastructure, such as the pump house.
Okay, so you'll abandon what's below, and what will happen to the customers?
The customers would go back to natural gas if they were to opt out, or we would decide not to run this unless the commission were to decide that I guess we'd continue to run this specific one and not go forward with other
Okay,
projects.
so let's just assume that you don't get any tax credits of any kind. So it's 130 million for both projects. If after 2 years it's determined that it's not cost effective, that 130 million will be gone. I mean, that's you're gonna get cost recovery for that, and you're also gonna be rate basing at least some elements of that. So ratepayers are gonna pay for all of that.
Correct. The decision now would be to move forward with the pilots based on the information available. And so, the point of the pilot, absent, is to learn. And if at the end of the pilot, for some reason, it's determined that the system was not cost beneficial, as long as that reason isn't due to some sort of extraordinary, outrageous decisions made by the utility, we should be afforded cost recovery.
Okay. If you were to go in for new construction, what would be the cost differential between that and going into these two proposed projects?
At this time, we have not explored the cost of new construction as compared to retrofit for ground source heat pumps.
Okay, but if there were a new housing community and they were sort of going ahead and decided to do ground source heat pump with the pipes, I'm assuming the cost would be substantially less than what you're proposing.
I think it would depend, and there are also the other requirements in the Warmth Act, right, for the site selection. So it wouldn't be that we could just choose any new construction to meet the Warmth Act. We would need to be looking for new construction that was LMI and so on and so on.
Well, I understand that, but are there any limitations in the Warmth Act in terms of site selection? Were you limited in choosing an existing site versus a new site?
So there were two criteria that really drove the site selection. So that was the low to moderate income housing. So 80% of the customers had to be from low to moderate income housing, as well as being existing gas customers. And one of the factors that we also considered kind of in alignment with that was the age of the gas infrastructure at the different pilot sites. But being an existing gas customer was the requirement in the Warmth Act.
So you read the Warmth Act as requiring existing as opposed to potential existing. I mean, I can tell you that from what I've read, there's a substantial difference between retrofitting and new build. So the intent of this pilot is to learn and then to scale. Have you done any calculations in terms of what it would cost to then take what you will learn and replace all the rest of the infrastructure?
So I think one of the things that is a hypothesis that we're going into this with is that network geothermal is likely not going to be the solution that would be deployed everywhere in our service territory. As you're saying, perhaps it is something that maybe is most appropriate in new construction. Right now, though, and I think there are many other decarbonization technologies that we're also pursuing, as air source heat pumps in many places do make a lot of sense. But I think one of the key learnings that we are hoping to get from this pilot is both more familiarity with the technology itself and then some insights into where geographically or just, building types or different sources like an ice rink that could have a really interesting thermal benefit to a system, where geographically those might be the most appropriate solution. I think decarbonizing is going to take many different solutions.
Yeah, I guess my concern is it's a $130 million pilot for about 500 customers. And I think pilots are great in lots of different circumstances, but I think pilots are really beneficial when there's an opportunity to scale. And the concern I have is the 130 million for these 500 will be replicated to the extent that you go to scale, and that's not sustainable. I mean, we're already looking at very high gas and electric rates, and I guess if you were to take those 500 customers and give them all air source heat pumps, I'm assuming the cost would be substantially less than this.
And that's what our benefit cost analysis looked at. So that was the direct comparison that it did make. So I think there.
Right. Could you give me? Well, I know you did the analysis, but can you give me a number? So for those 500 customers, 130 million. If we assume that all of the tax credits are gone, and I have to say I'm making that assumption, and I'm assuming I appreciate you including that because we don't know from day to day where the tax credits are. But do you have the calculation of what it would cost to simply put air source heat pumps in? And we don't have those kinds of programs. I mean, we have Empower that provides support, but the customer ultimately pays for the lion's share and then owns it. So we'd actually this would be a new program where you would own the heat pump. But even if you were to own the heat pump, it seems to me that if we would simply put air source heat pumps in there and not do this program, this would be substantially less, and the customer would get a lot of value.
Yeah, so I think that's what Ms. Obranek was explaining our benefit cost analysis looked at, right? So the ratios that we provided, where with the credits it was basically 1 to 1, and then dropped a little bit without the credits. That is the kind of benefit cost differential between kind of an air source heat pump and a network geothermal system.
So do you see, if we were to go ahead with this pilot, do you see that the learning that you would gain from this would allow for costs to go down? Or do you see that we're simply gonna, I mean, to the extent we go with heat pumps in existing, and I can tell you, I've sort of looked at the literature, and the cost for new is substantially less. So I am sort of troubled that we're only looking at existing and retrofitting, which seems like an enormous amount of money. Do you see that there's an opportunity to in learning to reduce the cost for installing these, or do you see that this is just going to be something that is we're just going to keep incurring this very high amount?
Yeah, what we have seen from some of the conversations with where this is happening in other places is that the initial pilot projects really set the threshold of the maximum cost that you would expect to see from these projects. I believe that in some other places where they have these systems established and then are adding, be it another loop to this or expanding these systems or doing different projects, they do see that those costs have come down. I mean,
by how much?
I don't have that number in front of me. That might be something that some of the other stakeholders might be able to speak to.
Okay. But
yeah, I mean, I would expect this is a new technology for Maryland. It's not a new technology in the universe,
right.
But something that as a utility we would be able to find some synergies in cost and some ability to really just bring some of those down with experience.
Okay. So you're proposing a residential and a commercial rate.
Yes.
Is that rate for the life of the pilot, or would that extend on?
Well, the rate that we are proposing here would be for the life of the pilot. We've calculated the initial rates. We've also offered to update those initial rates based on 2025 data, usage data, once we have that available. And then, of course, we've also, because of the Warmth Act, has a requirement that customers do not pay any more than they, had previously paid for their, gas service. We have a process after each year to go back and look at like what they would have paid under, gas service and what they actually paid under network geothermal under this pilot to confirm, and if we need to make an adjustment, we will.
Okay, and then to the extent if the pilot were to stop, then they would go back to gas service, and then that rate would cease.
Correct. If the network geothermal system after the pilot was no longer used and customers chose to go back to gas service or whatever other service they would take, they would be paying that rate at that time.
Okay.
And Commissioner Sussman, just to add to that response, there is the other possibility that after the pilot, the Commission could find that the use of the network geothermal should continue, at which point we would have to determine what is the appropriate rate
Right.
for those
Or
customers.
could continue for those customers.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think that's one of our key learnings as well, is how to charge customers based on energy consumption. BTU meters are not used right now for utility billing, but that is something we're going to deploy a set of them on various customer profiles to learn about those meters and what it would look like to charge customers on energy consumption moving forward.
All right. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. So 70 years, huh? So we'll all be retired by then. But let me step back a little bit from that. You have several estimates in your, as far as the customer impacts, but there's a significant portion of what you propose that relies on ITC credits and other federal funding. Have you incorporated those savings into the estimates that you've provided?
So we incorporated the ITC, the IRA funds from MEA, as well as GREX in our budgets that you see here. There's additional funding, by working with DHCD, MEA outlined other state programs that may be available and applicable to us that would reduce the budget further. But the current budget reflects the funding that we could quantify for this analysis.
And Commissioner Linton, if your question is about the customer bill impacts or the rates that we have proposed
That's
here,
the next one.
yeah, then the customer rates that we're proposing here are actually not based on the costs that we've estimated here for the pilot, because the Warmth Act requires that customers of the pilot are not to pay any more than they would have, for service that they, took, the gas service they took in the prior year. So we looked at the customers that we have here. We looked at the usage information that we had for them, and we looked at the range of what they paid over 2024, and we proposed to set the a fixed monthly amount that these customers would pay at the low end of that range, because we needed to ensure that no customer pays more than they did before. And so that was our approach to this. But again, we are also going to be doing an annual process where after each year we would go back and look at what customers actually paid here under the network geothermal pilot, and what they would have paid if they had been taking gas service, and if we need to make an adjustment, we will.
Okay, so you basically went, I don't want to say it, it's not in a negative way, but you went backwards. You looked at what customers are paying now and created a rate, and that's part of the support for the 70-year payback period?
The 70 years is based on the useful life of the equipment. It is so the rate that we're proposing here for these pilot customers is actually based on the Warmth Act requirements. The Warmth Act does not allow, or did not allow, us to actually set the pilot customer rates based on the actual cost of the pilot. We are to set the rates to ensure that the customers do not pay any more than they otherwise would have paid if they had been taking gas service, which is why we had to look at the information that we have today for what those customers had paid for gas service and use that as the basis for the rate that these pilot customers would pay, at least initially.
So how would it work then if you wanted to true up these costs over time, as you see some changes in customer payments or in the value of everything? If 'cause you're talking about that happening over an extended period.
Right. So, for network geothermal service going beyond the pilot, I think that's one of the things that we're looking to learn from this pilot, is understanding what the customer's energy consumption looks like, what information and data we get, and how to best develop like the rates that would be used for network geothermal service going forward. It's why we're deploying these BTU meters, which haven't been used for billing yet today, but we want to gain that learning and information from this pilot so that it could be used hopefully in the future to design network geothermal service rates going forward.
So these customers aren't going to be there for the entirety of the pilot, or beyond the entirety of the pilot. And they certainly aren't going to be there for 70 years. People are going to move in and out. You're going to see fluctuations and changes in usage.
Right, and that's true for, any utility customer, potentially, right? Like, today taking electric or gas utility service from us, they may or may not be the exact customer who, is taking that service from us in, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Right, and I guess the challenge here, though, is that customer's usage, and perhaps even the next person that moves in there's usage, gets baked into this pilot, and the pilot as it exists beyond the 2 years that it's supposed to last. So are your costs, as you've estimated them currently, looking to fluctuate at all, or are they malleable enough to be able to modify and change a long period of time?
Well, the costs that we would, incur in terms of the actual equipment, so the pipes, the pump house, all of that, those are capital and would be, incurred during this period where we're deploying. There would be ongoing O&M, expenses as we go forward if the system was to, continue to be maintained. And those costs, I would say, are largely, as Ms. Urbanik explained, probably the costs that we have here right now are probably at the higher end. Of course, as you what types of things you know need to do or best to do and when to do them for maintaining the equipment as you move forward. So it very well may be that there are, you know, O&M efficiencies going forward that we find with this, but the cost of this pilot is only for and the costs that are here are only the costs that we are looking at for the couple years that we'd be running the pilot now.
Okay, so there'd be additional costs that will come out of maintenance, O&M, over the course of the pilot beyond the pilot that we have currently in front of us, the proposal we have currently in front of us.
Right. So, like, if you think about like a car, right? You know, you're gonna have maintenance over the life of the car. If the car lasts you 10 years or 15 years, you know, this would be like looking at the car for the first 2 years that you would own it. And, you know, yes, I would assume that, you know, beyond those 2 years, you would have, you know, some oil changes if it's a, you know, combustion engine or whatever it might be, right, that you need to maintain the car in a safe working condition.
Okay, yeah, so a lot of this line of questions, at least, is focused on a lot of the upfront costs that were necessary to prepare the building. Based on the estimates that the company provided, it looked like it was about, I would say, between the thirds to a half of the overall pilot costs. And as you mentioned, as part of your initial presentation, it was for replacing appliances, things of that sort. Those equipment, you know, they expire over time, and that's certainly not going to last the life of the overall system that's installed. So, are you proposing that those costs for future improvements, upgrades, maintenance, things of that sort, are those supposed to fall into the regulatory asset for future use, or are you, do we have all of those numbers in front of us already?
The only costs that are that we're proposing here are the costs to do the initial pilot. We are not looking at the, you know, potential costs of like replacing appliances or other things at some point in the future. That would not be something that, you know, BGE would be taking accountability for. That would be, you know, up to the customers. So, for example, if we are going to put an electric stove right into, you know, some of these apartments, we would take that cost on under this pilot now. But if in, you know, 20 years that electric stove would need to be replaced, that would be, you know, the cost of the customer at that point in time.
Well, I guess in case there is an apartment, it'd be the property owner,
whoever is the owner. That's right.
Okay. All right. There might be a few more to follow up on that one, but for now, I won't do that now.
And Commissioner Litton, I'm sorry, while you're thinking, just to, I think it's a good time to make this point, as we're trying to take the learnings from the pilot, particularly with respect to cost. I think it's important to keep in mind that this pilot is uniquely designed. For instance, we are required to pay for appliances for customers. Beyond this pilot going forward, that may not be something that, you know, we think we should do. And so that cost would not be part of any future deployment of geothermal. In this pilot, we have to honor a customer's request. Say they initially agreed to take part in the pilot, and then at some point they say, I want to go back to gas. We have to honor that customer's request. That comes at a cost. That may not be a cost that we have with future deployments of the pilot. And so I just wanted to highlight that as we're considering what would be the cost to do a large-scale deployment of network geothermal, it is not necessarily apples to apples when we take the cost of this pilot and then say what that would be if we deploy network geothermal on a larger scale.
Okay, fair enough. I guess the corollary to that is that there are certain costs that are going to happen for these two locations that we're working with now that will be there for them for potentially decades. And so whether it's the apartment owners or the individual customers in those apartments, just depending on how the leases work, somebody's going to have to pay for some of that. And I was really trying to make sure I understood where those costs were in the pilot proposals that we have in front of us. And if they were in front of us, then that's great. We know what the estimates are. But if there hadn't been any, if we're thinking that those are down the line later and we'll just figure them out as we get to them, that's something at least the commission needs to know. And it might not even be this commission. It might be a different group 5 or 10 years from now that has to think about that. Thanks. I appreciate the comment. And I guess along those same lines with regards to future commissioners, I know there were some comments about reporting and transparency and the ability to keep track of data that's made available here. Is the company at least prepared to commit to transparency regarding reporting anonymous data? I won't get into specifics. I know there's a lot of information that we're still trying to figure out what we're going to actually get out of the pilot, but clearly there's a lot of interest in making certain that what you learn, everybody has access to. And so I'm looking to make sure that the company is amenable to making that information available in as transparent and usable a way as possible.
Yeah, so there was a number of reporting requirements suggested by the stakeholders, and we were amenable to those. I think also in the Warmth Act, it does say to work with HEAT and their leg up database. I think they're leading the charge in trying to collect data across multiple pilots to compare it. So that was required, and HEAT is a stakeholder that we've had conversations with throughout this pilot development and would plan to share data with them as required. I also just wanted to go back to the 70-year life you were talking about. For the BCA, we did consider the replacement costs over the 70-year life within the model for that. So like comparing the air source and the ground source heat pump, those were all done, the BCA over 70 years. So those replacements of the life that are shorter than the 70 years are factored into our benefit cost analysis.
All right. So there were a couple other things that some of the other parties had proposed. I know the companies had some opposition to them, and I just wanted to make sure I understood what they might be. One, for example, was that there be a 30% cap on the overall cost with 10% on the overruns. I know you're not supportive of that. Can you just give me a high-level understanding as the rationale for that?
Sure. So during our pilot site selection phase, we really tried to narrow the sites down as much as we could. So we really feel as though we've, taken out as much as we could to make these the smallest pilots that we can to still make them networked and successful. Do you want to talk to prudency? Or do you want me to talk to it?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think we would say that putting some sort of a rule like 10% of overruns, especially in an environment where you're deploying a pilot with new technology that the whole intent and purpose of is to learn from, that it just doesn't actually meet the prudency standard. Prudency is about the decisions that the utility makes with the information that it has at the time that it's making the decision, and it isn't, about putting some sort of a, rule or number on something. At the same time, if there are cost overruns that, happen as a result of decisions that the utility makes, and those decisions that the utility makes are not prudent, then the commission has the authority to determine that those costs shouldn't be recovered. We're not saying that that the costs of the pilot should be found prudent now today, but we are saying that the standard for reviewing the costs of the pilot once they've been incurred is prudency, and is not a random rule of 10%.
And Commissioner Linton, if I could just add, I think one of the dangers of saying, hey, utility, you have $30 million to build a pilot, and you can't go over, or you have to come back for permission to go over. One, that could be problematic from a standpoint of there is an actual cost to building a pilot, and from our assessment, it's more than $30 million. And if we get to $30 million and we have to stop construction, come to the commission, get approval for the commission, go back, I just think that it's inefficient. And at the end of the day, as Mr. Frayne mentioned, there is an opportunity for all stakeholders to review the spending of the utilities for these pilots and determine whether or not those expenditures were prudent. I think that's a more efficient and reasonable way to move forward with these pilot costs.
It's all right. You just don't want to come in and see us. That's all.
I enjoy seeing and spending time with you all.
All right. That's all right. I understand. No, but I guess internally, just from all seriousness, the company does have some type of internal barometer where you would start to understand that going over a certain percentage is problematic and might require some additional action that the company might need to take. I don't know what the number would be internally for you, but or what it would be for this pilot, but certainly there's going to be some number there.
Yeah, as we with these cost projections, right? And I think maybe this is what you have in mind, Commissioner Linton. If we realize that we are surpassing these costs, I think, it would be reasonable for us to come before the commission and say, we're running into this issue where costs are going beyond what we projected, and the commission will, give us direction. What I think the company's position is that there shouldn't be upfront a cap to the spending for these pilots, because we've never built one of these systems before. I mean, we can try to get learnings from other utilities or entities throughout the country who have had experience in this, but our location is unique. Our current infrastructure system is unique, and so it's important to realize that we are learning about cost in this pilot as well. I think that's a big part of the learnings, and so I don't see the usefulness of picking a number. It would essentially be picking a number out of a hat, because we simply don't know at this point.
And I will add two things to that. First of all, I think as you were talking about in terms of transparency, I believe we had committed to, I think it was quarterly reporting, semi-annual reporting, that would give some insight into where we would be in those budgets. So there would be transparency that, if we were getting very far off course, we would be able to address that in a timely manner. And then the other piece about the $30 million number itself, I believe that was really anchored on the costs that we've seen so far from the Eversource project in Framingham, Massachusetts. That's a very different program with very different requirements than what we have in the state. I think, as you mentioned, a lot of the costs that we see are really coming from a number of the behind the meter upgrades that we would need to make in these individual buildings. That was not a requirement for the Massachusetts projects. Looking at those costs a little bit more deeply, there are just some key differences that were really driven by the requirements of the Warmth Act. So I think that's a piece that is just a fundamental difference. And if we were designing these pilots really to comply with what was legally required there too.
Okay. Lastly, for me, you mentioned earlier that you were still working with IBEW. Are you willing to commit to providing them with a workforce plan or to completing the discussions that are necessary if the commission were to adopt one of these pilots? Is there a reasonable period of time when you can say we know we can have everything resolved by then?
Yeah, Commissioner Nolan, I can take the first crack at that. So absolutely, yes. We've communicated to the union that we are willing to continue discussions with them and find ways to get them involved in this work. However, it's difficult to provide a timeline at this point because the work that the union would be able to do is going to be contingent upon final design. And as we've put in our submissions, after commission approval, there will be a design period where we actually lay out what the system is going to look like, and then and only then can we fully develop a workforce development plan, because we will then know what is necessary, what the union can do, what training or learnings they will have to do before being able to do the work that's necessary for these systems.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McLean.
Good morning, everyone. Both of your projects rely heavily on the ITC and the various levels or sources of funding to be close to cost effective. And the statute requires each proposal for a pilot system shall demonstrate that a gas company has obtained or is reasonably certain to obtain various levels of funding. What is your reasonable certainty that you're going to receive any or all of the funding you're relying upon?
So the ITC was maintained through the One Big Beautiful Bill, so that ITC credit still does exist. There's a number of requirements that vary the amount of that percentage, but we do feel confident that we would meet requirements to obtain this funding. And then in terms of the IRA funding, we've been working closely with MEA throughout the course of pilot development to ensure we understand the eligibility requirements and where that funding would go so that we could put it into these budgets.
Okay, and the determination on receipt of those funding, of that funding will be made much further down the road. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And Commissioner McLean, just to reiterate a point Ms. Hendrick made earlier that I think it might have been missed, that there are certain sources of funding. I think DHCD is one of them that is not incorporated in this BCA. We didn't incorporate it because we didn't have sort of firm numbers, but just wanted to make the commission aware of that.
Appreciate that, sir. In terms of maintaining the inactive gas infrastructure, that still has to be done, correct?
Yes, so we're planning to make safe the gas infrastructure, but leave it in place because there is that opt-out provision that if they were to go back to gas, that it would still exist there.
Now, is that cost included in your overall budget?
The cost to
Maintain the gas
maintain?
infrastructure? Yes, ma'am.
I would have to double check on that.
Okay, all right. There was, on page 52 of your comments, there's some things that are not specifically included in your budget, namely code compliance and tariffs. Wondering why that was excluded. I can read you that it says customer opt-outs during the pilot period, code compliance, tariffs, contaminated materials, and tenant relocation were excluded from budget considerations.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think that would be a question for one of my SMEs, Ed Hirsch. We can
Okay.
Go to the podium. I'm sorry.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Burdett with CDM Smith. So that came from our construction cost estimates, and those specific items were items that we didn't feel we could put a cost to yet based on the level of development and uncertainty associated with those components at this time. So that's why we didn't include them.
Okay, so they'll be included down the road, and I guess my question is, if we get to the next, I guess, the design phase, and BGE is seeing that its BCA is even further away from being, one or both of the projects being cost effective, does BGE say, you know what, we're going to pull the plug on this, or come to the commission to say we should pull the plug?
Well, I think we would certainly come to the commission and, have that discussion, right? I don't think it's a decision on our own that we would be making. We would be looking to, bring that information forward to you and to the other stakeholders so that there could be an appropriate discussion.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Commissioner.
In terms of the ratepayer impact, Mr. Frayne, I assume that this is your ball of wax. Does your impact also include any kind of carrying costs from regulatory asset? Assuming it's approved.
Yeah, so the regulatory asset was not part of the calculation of the pilot customer rates that we would be charging. The pilot customer rates are just based on a look back at what those customers paid for gas service in the previous year. It's not based on the actual pilot costs or the regulatory asset that we're proposing.
Okay, so regulatory asset with carrying costs not part of.
Not part of the pilot customer rate design.
Okay, or the BCA, is that fair to say?
It is in the BCA.
Okay, it is, all right. You talked about the backup heating. In her comments, Delegate Charkoudian raised, I guess, a concern about whether or not there would be a required distribution or transmission build out to support that. Is she correct, or is that a concern?
Yeah, that's something that, as I was mentioning, that is the backup heating is one possible solution to protect against some of these failures. At this point, again, in this phase of the design, that's something that we would have to and would consider as we're going forward with the design of, if it's individual unit backup heating, if that is going to cause immense transmission and distribution upgrades, then that probably wouldn't make sense, and we'd probably want to pursue something else.
Okay. I think that's all I have, sir. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Sussman.
Okay, you thought you were done with me. This is probably for Mr. Michel, because it's the Warmth Act. And can you walk me through where in the act you see an obligation that the proposal be for an existing system as opposed to a new system?
Yeah, I would say off the bat that, and I can, if I have some time to find specific citations, but off the bat, I think we see certainly in the intent.
I need the language.
Well, I was going to get there, but I was going to start from a high level.
Okay.
That the intent here is to find a way to actually replace gas infrastructure. We see that in the requirement that primarily gas utilities actually initially had the requirement or the obligation to propose these pilots. So if we start there with that requirement alone, it eliminates the utility's ability to go to a new construction site where there is no existing gas and propose a site there. And so, and that to me is consistent with what we see, what I see as the legislator's intent in allowing gas companies to propose, or require them rather, to propose these pilots.
And I could see this as a pilot that demonstrates the value of thinking about geothermal when you're building out new systems, as opposed to putting in gas. And I'm looking at the legislation, since I always like to look at the legislation, and it talks about existing systems, but only in terms of the proposal shall address. There are other sections where it says the proposal shall include. I see them as different words, and it just seems to me that a very powerful pilot could be the one to show the construction industry and the community the value of having geothermal as being part of the build out initially, so that you don't have these very expensive retrofitting costs.
Yeah, look, I think it certainly makes sense to your point earlier about costs being less to target new builds, but again, our design and our site location was based on trying to comply with the Warmth Act. And for example, if you consider practically the requirement that customers have the ability to opt out. Again, if we're building this geothermal system in a place that does not have gas, then the customer doesn't have an option to opt out.
Well, they do. They can tell you that they want gas, and you can put gas there, and they have to pay for it.
That would be a tough sell, I think, to the legislator to say that because of this pilot that they authorize, there is a need to build out additional gas infrastructure.
So if you were to come in with a new build, and you were to put in gas infrastructure, you would own the pipes, correct?
Correct.
And you would own them up to tell me where it would stop.
The meter?
Okay. So certainly you wouldn't own, if they had a gas furnace, you wouldn't own the gas furnace.
Correct.
And if they had a gas heat pump, you wouldn't own that gas heat pump.
Correct.
In your proposal for ground source heat pumps, there would be a heat pump in every building. So for, I can't remember if you are, I'm getting confused about who's got, you have no single family homes, correct?
Correct.
So yours is just apartments and the residence hall. So for each of those buildings, you would have a separate ground source heat pump you would own. If they were not going under a pilot, they would own those units. Okay, but other than the intent of the language, you can't point to me any language in the Warmth Act that limits your ability to propose a pilot for new builds.
Not at the moment. I'll take a look while the other panels are.
I think
there,
that would
and I'll-
be great. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner McLean.
Thank you. One more thing to hit. You referenced the Eversource project and lessons learned, and I know it's not the same project and there's some differences legislatively, but that project is well over budget. I think OPC noted it was approved at 10.6 and it's up to 27.1 as of March of 24. That's before any credits. Has there been any lessons learned from why they went over budget? OPC referenced design modifications and escalating construction costs. I wonder if there's anything that you were able to pull from that.
So I can't speak too much to the real specifics of that project, but I will say we did work with CDM Smith, who you heard from. They also did a lot of the work for that project, so we have been relying on some of the learnings from those who have been very close to that project. Eversource, among with a number of other stakeholders, are part of the East Coast Network Geothermal Collaborative that BGE is part of. So really have really try to work some of those learnings inherently into the budget numbers and into the design of the system and that kind of thing. So I can't point to exactly what about the Eversource project.
Okay, so when you were describing the network geothermal system, one of the items is the pump house. Now, is this a facility that requires like monitoring by an individual, or does it basically just run itself?
So there would be controls in the pump house where we could understand what's going on in there. There wouldn't be an individual in the pump house every day.
I see. But I mean, and so is it something that somebody would go by there like once a week or once a day, or literally just wait till it tells you, hey, something's amiss?
Well, the controls would identify if there was something amiss. There may be some maintenance tasks where people would need to go into the pump house, but beyond that, I would say we'd rely on the controls.
Okay. And the pipes you're going to use for this, are they similar, identical to the pipes you use for your natural gas system, or is this a different kind of pipe?
They're the same material, but I believe they're different diameter. Different diameter.
Okay. So, you talked about this site selection process you went through, where you started at 50 and got it down to 2. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming that the 2 sites you selected were part of the 5 that you sort of got it down to.
Yes.
So 2 made it and 3 didn't. Can you tell me the 3 that didn't make it, sort of where they are and why they didn't make it?
Sure. So we had one site in Harford County that was in Joppatown. Mm-hmm. That included multifamily apartments as well as a library. Their interest was moderate in that from a customer perspective, and also there was concerns about the depth of the bedrock. So that is essential to like the geology and making that thermal balance happen. So it scored low on that. There was another site in Howard County that was in Elkridge. Another concern there with deep bedrock. So we weren't sure from a geology perspective if that would be a successful site. Also, I would say both of those sites had fairly new gas infrastructure. So that was a criteria that we looked at, was the age of the infrastructure and the expandability of the pilots. So both of those sites had fairly new gas infrastructure. And then the final in the 3 sites that we were also considering was in Baltimore County, and that was in Randallstown. The biggest hurdle for this site is we were unable to reach the customer or one of the main customers at that site. So we had reached out multiple times and were unable to get in contact with them, which again, we knew customer support was so essential to the success. And that, I believe, also had fairly new gas infrastructure.
Okay, and so for the 2 you did select, Columbia and Coppin State, you discussed that you need an anchor tenant. So for Columbia, who's the anchor tenant?
The anchor tenant would, I guess, both customers. So Columbia Association owns the community centers and the ice rink. That ice rink is going to be fundamental in providing that waste heat. And then also, just with the scale of the Verona multifamily apartments, being 200 customers thereabouts, is also, if either of these customers were to choose not to participate, we don't have a networked pilot, right? So in that sense, both customers are anchor customers because our success depends on both of them. And I would say the same thing for Coppin, right? So at Coppin, we have Coppin's University Dorm, and then we have St. Stephen's. So both of those customers being invested and partners in that is really influential to the success of the pilot.
Okay, and so the red line is sort of the path of the geothermal system. Now, is this like new undergrounding you're going to have to do, or?
Yeah, so this ambient loop would be new pipe in the ground that would be run between the sites. And I will just say that these are the conceptual drawings.
Yeah, I understand
So
it.
we're at a
So-
high level of design right now.
But you've talked to the relevant local governments about permits and things like that, and the anticipation
Yeah.
control.
Yes, we have. So we've spoken both with Howard County DPWs as well as their Office of Sustainability, as well as Baltimore City's DPW and Office of Sustainability, and really appreciate both offices and their support towards this. Starting now to educate them about the pilot and what it could look like, because this would be new technology, and both have expressed support to continue to work through the permitting process and things like that.
And I take it's your position that adoption of a $30 million cap means that these projects can't go forward.
Yeah, so I would say that like during site selection and as we created these layouts, both sites included other buildings initially. So there's another set of apartments at Verona at Oakland Mills, and there's another residence hall at Coppin that we considered. But again, looking at the cost, we really wanted to minimize these pilots to be as small as possible and reduce that cost, but still maintaining a network system and meeting the criteria of the Warmth Act. So it would be challenging to go forward, continuing that networked system, but reducing the cost.
And you made a comment that your projects are different than the project up in Massachusetts because of requirements from the Warmth Act. But I guess I was under the impression that the principal author of the Warmth Act was trying to replicate what was going on in Massachusetts, and in fact arranged for a field trip for people to go up there and take a look at it. So I guess I'm trying to understand why what became the Warmth Act differs from the Massachusetts situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the fundamental in front of the meter components of the network geothermal system are fundamentally the same. I think it's some of the behind the meter components in terms of the retrofits that would be required in the buildings, and the full electrification of those buildings as well. My understanding of the Massachusetts law is that it was not solving for full electrification. It was testing the concept of these network geothermal systems, but not going that extra step to think about them as a potential non-pipeline alternative. So I think that's the distinction. But I think that's the biggest distinction.
Okay. All right. So last question for me. You talked about doing reporting on the progress of this, but I guess one of the things I'm concerned about is when we went through the pilot situation for battery storage. There was requirements that were made. The utilities had to present two different projects, one they owned, one that they contracted with, and it was on a certain timetable and things like that. And then what happened was lots and lots of stuff happened, literally out of your control. The pandemic, the wars, and things like that. So I guess I'm concerned about, and I actually said this to the sponsor of the bill, that one of the things I was concerned about with the requirements and the timetables were stuff like that happening again, stuff that we can't control. So I guess I'm trying to understand how we come up with a process that kind of keeps us and all the stakeholders informed about those types of situations. So, I mean, it's one thing that, stuff that's within your control, cost overruns and things like that, but I'm now thinking about the stuff that's literally not in your control.
Yeah, I think one thing to note in our proposal that is different than the law is that we have proposed a longer time frame, and that is to account for things like permitting and just incorporating some of the lessons that we have from other pilots, from just other familiarities we have with how long those kinds of things do take. I mean, I think that the things that are out of our control, I think it's very difficult to solve for those within this context. But I think that the time frame that we have proposed, we do think that along with some of the semi-annual reporting that we've committed to, that we could identify some of those kinds of things to the extent that we could foresee them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's a full answer to your question, but it is something that we have tried to anticipate as many of those in the time frame as we're able.
And Chair Hoover, I think we can certainly make the commitment that we will keep the lines of communication between the company and the commission open when we come across these types of issues.
Okay, all right. I
And
appreciate
Chair,
it.
if I could get back to
All right.
Commissioner
Go ahead.
Suchman,
Sure.
it
Okay.
took me
Yeah,
quicker.
so-
And Commissioner Suchman, I was hoping that you were right, because in the sense, I think you make a valid point that it would be.
Okay, so tell me how I'm wrong.
So, section 7-1001K, which is the definition section, the definition for pilot system, and it reads, means a pilot thermal energy network system developed by a gas company to replace gas infrastructure with a thermal energy network system.
Okay, I'm gonna have to think about this. I can tell you, my concern is if we follow ahead with a very expensive pilot for a very small number of people, and at the end of the day, we determine that it's not cost effective and it's not scalable, we'll have missed an opportunity for a very promising technology because we're looking in the wrong place. And you know, you can go to Scandinavia and see the very effective infrastructure. Canada's been doing this for years, and so I'll look at this a little bit more. I'll have our trusty and intrepid lawyers looking at this as well. But it seems to me that that if we can find a path forward that is cost effective, that starts to tackle the problem, we can always come back to dealing with replacement. But I worry that we're setting ourselves up for failure, and that's my big concern, because I think this is an incredibly promising technology. And if we find ways of incorporating it into new build, it has the potential, I think, a very strong potential to be able to show how effective it is. I worry that we're following a path that will necessarily demonstrate that it's not scalable, it's not cost effective, and we'll just move on to other things.
Yeah, no, I think it's a valid point, and I think to that point, the results of this pilot needs to be viewed in light of some of the
That's
requirements.
very expensive lesson to learn. I mean,
I
you know, if between both pilots, we're talking about $200 million for a very small number of customers, and if the result of the pilot is that it doesn't work for retrofitting, that's a very expensive lesson that our ratepayers are going to continue to pay on top of an already high bill.
You know,
And-
Commissioner Sussman, I was actually sort of aligning with your assessment that, you know, certainly people can see the results of this pilot and see the cost and walk away saying this isn't cost effective. And I'm suggesting that may not be really accurate given the additional requirements of this particular legislation. That, as I mentioned before, there are certain costs off the bat that are embedded in this pilot, like the cost of the appliances, that ordinarily we wouldn't have to bear. The customer would have to bear that.
Right.
And so I do think it's an important point that you make, that as we assess the results of this pilot, including the cost, that we keep that in mind to say the cost itself that we're seeing from this pilot is not necessarily the cost of a full scale deployment of the network geothermal system.
Well, and my last point, I guess, is that there's nothing here to prevent BGE from also proposing a pilot that looks to new build. And there's nothing in this statute that requires that we approve the retrofit and ignore the new build. I mean, certainly we could sort of look at all of the information. And so I guess what I'm saying to you is, and we'll have to hear what others have to say, but it certainly, I think it would benefit the proceeding if we had some additional information from you that looks to how much you think it could cost to do a pilot for new build, and
Yeah.
what that would entail.
And I think we could certainly take that back, but want to make the point that that proposal would likely not be as part of the Warmth Act. That could be something separate, because we have the hurdle here of the definition of a pilot system within the Warmth Act.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Our next panel will be with Washington Gas Light Company. We'll hear from Aaron Kahn, the Director of Policy and Projects, and Spencer Nichols, Assistant General Counsel.
Ready? Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas. I'll let my colleague introduce himself, but I would just want to mention some of the folks we have here from our team supporting us here today. These people include Andrew Kent, our Policy Senior Manager from the Policy team, Craig McKinnon, a Senior Engineer, he's one of the technical leads, Stephen Burdett from CDM Smith, Erica Larson and Peter Narbites from ICF, as well as Greg Desautel from our Regulatory Affairs Department, and Matthew Schneider from our legal department.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. I'm Aaron Kahn, the Director of Policy and Special Projects at Washington Gas Light. I'd like to first thank the Commission for all of their work already on these pilots and the work that is yet to come on this. This is momentous for Maryland. It is an issue of first impression for this PSC as we all look at utility-scale network geothermal, and the data from these projects, both ours and BG&E's, if approved, will guide future applications of this technology. I'd also like to thank Commission staff for their careful review and analysis of WGL's proposal. I'm proud to say I was regulatory staff at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission for 10 years before joining the outside, and I know personally how much work it is to review thousands of pages of applications and comments, especially under a short timeline. So thank you to staff for your hard work. Finally, Washington Gas Light was heartened to see that all parties who filed comments appear to agree that our proposal follows the strictures outlined in the Warmth Act. and therefore we look forward to our pilot being approved as filed. With that, we'll enter the presentation. So our pilot location is in Silver Spring, Maryland, in Montgomery County. The major tenants are Northwest Parks Apartments. We would do this for 180 units across 15 of their buildings. Victory Oaks as well, which is an affordable senior living facility affiliated with the Catholic Church. It would be 49 units in one building. We would also seek to connect 10 single-family homes to this pilot. It's very important to note, I believe at least one commenter mentioned that perhaps we should look at not connecting the single-family homes to save cost. I'll just address that up front. We believe the single-family homes are very important, as a majority of our customer base in our service territory is single-family homes. So if we are truly to learn lessons from this that can be used in future applications, we believe it is imperative that they be included. Other potential participants within the service area of our proposal, Lelik Elementary School. I noticed commenters did also mention that perhaps we should connect in with them. We're certainly willing to take a look at that. We did not include it as part of the pilot, in part because they were so much further along that their geothermal system will be running far in advance of our pilot being up and running. The Catholic Church and school, in fact, would be quite helpful if we were able to get an easement with them. That might help us reduce cost, which we'll talk about later. The Hampshire West Apartments are in the area, and Broadacres Park would actually be an area in which we would like to look at putting a borehole field, although unfortunately our conversation with the Parks and Planning Commission did not go quite as we hoped. Next slide, please. So the rationale for including what we did in this pilot, the Northwest Park Apartments are important because they're post-World War II structures. So garden-style apartments, we picked the 12 homes we did due to their proximity to the borehole field and other proposed pilot buildings within the complex, their proximity to other participants, and the approval of Northwest Parks to participate in this pilot. We also included the single-family homes for reasons that I've already mentioned, so I won't belabor the point. And Victory Oaks, being a low-income senior living facility, it was constructed in 2010, but it will provide important insights as far as conversions in newer buildings. So the great part about the area that we found, with the help of our community partners, Interfaith Power and Light, and Action in Montgomery, who I believe will also be speaking to you either today or tomorrow, is that this covers multiple types of architecture, multiple time periods, and multiple types of customers that we have in our existing service area within one relatively compact piece of geography. Next slide, please. So our site selection process, we certainly took a look at what other utilities have done across the country. Then we had to look at the Warmth Act requirements. So more than 80% of customers had to be from low to moderate income housing. We're excited to tell you we far surpassed that goal. I believe, subject to check, that we're at about 95%, which I think is really exciting. We had to have existing gas service. So that led us to where we are. Our targeted customer mix is about 250 within a 1 square mile area. We had to look for an area that had room for the boreholes, avoided major roads and waterways, and had potential for expansion if the pilot goes well and is approved for future expansion at some point in the future. We also needed to find a place where not only did the residents and the owners of the buildings wish to be of assistance, but where the local government and local officials were excited and willing to assist wherever possible. And we have done so with this location. We also engaged with community groups. We worked directly with Delegate Charkoudian. We worked with her primarily on ensuring that participants did not pay anything more for their utilities than they would have paid before. We also worked with community groups. I've mentioned two of them already, Action in Montgomery and Interfaith Power and Light. And we solicited concepts to try to find those entities that were willing to participate with us. We identified 5 leading candidates. From those 5 leading candidates, we narrowed to 2. Once we were down to 2 candidates, one of which was located in the Gaithersburg, Germantown area, we did enter into discussions with the local electric utility. Just as a reminder, we are gas only, and the electric utility told us one of our 2 finalists could not handle any additional electrical load on their distribution system, which led us to our final proposal, which is the Victory Oaks, Northwest Parks, and the 10 single-family homes. Next slide, please. So our engineering approach, like BG&E, we selected CDM Smith. We selected CDM Smith for many reasons, but one of the most important ones is their experience already working with geothermal projects. We hope that will help us in both our design and as we look to make this as cost-effective as possible. Next slide, please. So we're going to start at a higher level. So this is our pilot proposal filing as far as cost details. We're basically looking at $60.8 million before any incentives. And with incentives that we can currently estimate with any degree of certainty, we are looking at $43.3 million. And you can see on the slide the split as to how that cost goes through the various types, the various entities that we will be working with. Next slide, please. So these are the 2 main possible incentives that we have identified. So we have the investment tax credit and the MEA funding, which total about $17.4 million worth of incentive funding. I will note that subject to check, at least one commenter said that we should not be allowed to proceed with construction until we have secured funding. The reason why we completely disagree with said proposal is neither of these major sources of funds are available to us until it is constructed. So it's a matter of what comes first, the chicken or the egg, and I'm not sure which comes first, but the incentives come second. So we need to be able to construct the system before we can apply for these incentives. We do have reasonable certainty they will still be available, but of course, as both rely on federal funding, nothing is guaranteed currently in Washington. Next slide, please. So comparisons to a couple of other geothermal projects. We threw this in there in response to some of the comments we saw come in with regards to the projects. Framingham is the one that is discussed most often. And we note that as of, I believe sometime last year, the costs were approaching $30 million. We do not have current updated cost numbers from Eversource, but we notice there are some major dissimilarities between the Eversource project and ours. Most being the 2 biggest ones being, 1, they were replacing electric resistance, and 2, they were not required to do behind-the-meter improvements that we are required to do under the Warmth Act, which add considerably to the cost. Next slide, please. So our cost recovery for non-pilot participants, you will notice this is different from what you just saw from BG&E. Our mechanism is a reconcilable rider. This will operate in many ways as very similar, at least the way I think of it, as a tracker true-up. The rider will be in place for the system lifetime, unless the pilot is continued in past the 2 years and the PSC chooses to have a different form of recovery for network geothermal past that pilot, the pilot program period. Sorry, that was quite a mouthful. The capital recovery time frame is 2 years. The reason why we have proposed 2 years is, one, the Warmth Act allows recovery within 1 year, but we went ahead and proposed 2 years as current commission precedent is that costs of a pilot must be incurred during the pilot period, which is a 2-year period. We will not collect for capital costs until the project goes into service. However, a rider would start in 2026 to recover non-capital costs. And again, operates as a tracker true-up. If we over or under recover for some reason, that will be adjusted in the next year's rider amount. The cost allocation is a fixed rider for each year period. The bill impacts for each customer are $5 to $8 per month during the 2 years in which we're collecting the capital. Again, that range that we show up there is due to not knowing whether this will be a $40 million project or a $60 million project. If the pilot is made permanent, any ongoing rider would just cover actual O&M and associated costs. It is unclear to us under the Warmth Act if the pilot is continued past 2 years, whether we would need to continue a rider or find another form of cost recovery. If the pilot is not made permanent, or if at any time any of the participants opt out, there will be decommissioning costs, and those costs are not currently estimated, as we honestly just don't know what those costs would be. But those would be collected through the rider as well, should we have them. Next slide, please. So, our summary: pilot location, Silver Spring. We have wonderful entities that support this project going forward. We have worked with community groups and the delegate to find this location, and I believe you'll hear from both residents, the community groups, and Delegate Charkoudian later over the course of this 2-day hearing. The property types that we will cover show a nice cross-section of the types of properties we serve across our service area, providing maximum opportunity to get data which will assist us in understanding A, how this works, and B, how it could be best leveraged in the future. The system installation, I'll be honest, I am absolutely not an engineer, but at a very high 40,000 foot level, we're looking at about 180 boreholes, 500 foot deep across 2 fields, 9,500 feet of ambient loop, and 1 pump house. Inside buildings, we would have geothermal heat pumps. There's also significant in-building upgrades that would be required. The project cost, we've been over that, $40 to $60 million. The build-out timeline is about 3 years. We have asked, as part of our proposal, that the Commission approve the extended build-out timeline. Unfortunately, as we looked at this, we could not find a way to build this project in the time contemplated by the Warmth Act, and we are requesting Commission approval of an exception. Cost recovery mechanism, it'll be a rider for non-pilot participants. Pilot participants, of course, will pay no more, as per the Warmth Act, than they would have paid in the absence of the Warmth Act. The cost effectiveness is really based on lessons learned. Under traditional rate making, this pilot is not cost effective. However, we believe that this pilot is very important, and this pilot should be approved because we believe that the learnings from building and operating this pilot and seeing how it works in our service territory is extremely important for identifying whether geothermal is useful for future applications in our service territory. At the end of pilot period, there are two options. The geothermal continues in some form, or it is decommissioned. If decommissioned, there will be additional costs that we will need to recover. And with that, next slide, please. Thank you very much for your time today, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, Commissioner Litton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. So you've openly acknowledged that the project is not cost effective. But as part of your proposal, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you suggested that you should receive a 10.5% ROE.
Yes,
That is higher than your current ROE.
correct.
So why the bump in profits?
We believe that utilities in Maryland should be encouraged to look at, to use, and to operate new technologies. We recognize that there are other states, including our neighbor Virginia, that offer such an incentive, and we believe Maryland should do the same.
So help me to understand what's the difference between an incented utility with a 10.5% ROE pilot and a non-incented utility pilot that's at your existing ROE.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm not sure I understand the question.
So you're suggesting that at 10.5% that incents the company.
Correct.
If we approve the pilot and give you an ROE at your current ROE as opposed to 10.5%, under your approach, that's not incenting you. So I'm curious as to what's the difference, what the pilot will look like if you're not incented.
The pilot would likely look exactly the same.
Okay.
What the 10.5 does is it incents utilities to continue to engage in looking at new technologies and pilots such as these.
So you wouldn't see the need to do initiatives like this if you are not receiving an ROE above what you've already been awarded by the commission?
I don't believe that is entirely correct. I believe that
I'm glad.
we are more incented, utilities are more incented to do so with a higher ROE for those projects that are outside of their traditional operations.
And Commissioner Linton, too, I'll add, I think this commission, too, has pointed out in the past, ROE is somewhat of an art and not always a science.
All right, I certainly would agree. Which is why I find this very artful indeed. But I guess in this case, the incentive and the rationale for going forward with this is because the General Assembly and the executive, of course, of the state have directed the commission to receive these pilots. And of course, if the commission approves the pilot that you've proposed, be it at your existing ROE or at something different, I would assume at least that it would look the same. And I think that's what you said.
I believe that if the commission approves this pilot at our current ROE, approved ROE, or an ROE with a 100 basis point adder, this pilot will look the same.
Okay. All right. So if you've also suggested that the pilot costs should be recovered over a 5-year period. 3 years for construction, 2 years for pilot, the actual pilot itself. So that'd be roughly 5 years. The project is the equipment that you're installing should have a longer life than 5 years. So if for some reason the project, the pilot is not continued beyond that 5 years, what happens to those stranded costs? Who ends up paying those?
It would be our argument, Commissioner, that there are no stranded costs, as all of our costs will be recovered over the course of the rider, including any decommissioning costs should the pilot not be continued after 2 years of data.
Okay, so you plan on collecting those as well as part of the 2-year period, or the 5-year period, excuse me.
I would have to check whether it's exactly a 5-year period. That I do not remember the exact date offhand. We would collect operating expenses starting in 2026 through the period of the pilot. And then, as mentioned in the slides, any decommissioning costs would be part of a rider that would need to continue afterwards. And the large bulk of the costs, the capital costs, would be recovered during the 2 years the pilot is in operation.
All right. So one of the other things that your pilot does is it suggests that non-participant customers would also have to pay for the pilot. I believe it was in a $5 to $8 range, depending on how much you were able to secure from the federal government and the various other financial benefits that may or may not be available. We don't know yet. Why is that a good thing for those customers that are not participants to also pay $5 to $8 a month?
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. We believe that the pilot is, generally speaking, in the public interest because the Assembly has decided it is in the public interest. We are excited for the pilot and excited to see what lessons we can learn from it. And therefore, as I mentioned, you're correct. Under traditional cost benefit or just looking solely at the numbers, this does not pass. But we believe once you include all of the intangibles, that this is of value to the people of Maryland and our ratepayers.
Okay. So a couple of questions that are similar to the ones I asked BGE regarding reporting. We've had a number of parties, and the statute does also point out the fact that there's specific reporting requirements. Does the company have any problems with committing today to being transparent with the information and learnings that you acquire from the pilot, assuming it's adopted?
Assuming the pilot is adopted, the devil, of course, is in the details. We will, of course, follow the Warmth Act, and we are eager to be as transparent as possible.
Similar question as before with our unions here at IBEW. Are you engaged with them at all for your project?
I will have to check on that. I believe the answer is yes, but that is subject to check. Off the top of my head, I do not know.
I can add, Commissioner Lynn, we have complied with the initial meeting and conferring requirements in the Warmth Act, which does include labor groups as well.
Okay, so same question to BG as to you then. Assuming that your pilot is approved, are you committing to provide the appropriate work information to IBEW as it moves forward from here?
Yes.
All right. One other question, which, and you may not know the answer to this off the top of your head, but your parent company, AltaGas, has resources across Canada and other parts of the country. I was just curious if you've had, if AltaGas has had any experience with geothermal.
I'll have to take that as a bench data request. I unfortunately, offhand, do not have any knowledge in any way as to our corporate parents' activities.
That's fine. That's fine. I know I only know that because I know that it's part of the merger from years ago. That was one of the, not necessarily geothermal, but just the fact that they had experience in other countries, in this case, another country and other states. So there might be some lessons learned there that might be of value proceed going forward. So I just was curious.
No, I appreciate that, and we'll certainly get back to the panel as to the answer to that. I will say, just as a more general matter, We're excited to take in any lessons learned we can from, whether it's our parent or other utilities that have been involved in geothermal projects.
Right, I guess along those lines, one extra question then. Have you been in communication with BGE at all as far as developing your pilot, perhaps in developing theirs? Are those lines of communication open already for potential sharing of information and lessons learned?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon. Do you share BGE's optimism in terms of the availability of federal and state funding? Because your comments noted significant uncertainty in their availability.
We believe that as of today, they are available, and we are very hopeful that they are still available in the future.
Okay. All right. In terms of your benefit cost analysis, does that include the 100-point ROE bump?
I will have to get back to you on that.
Okay. All right. And to the extent that it doesn't, if you could also note the difference, whether or not, I would assume that would obviously make the project a little more cost effective without that.
Sure.
Okay. In terms of, and also I asked BGE this, you're going to be maintaining the existing gas infrastructure there in case someone wants to opt out, correct?
Correct.
And has that also been factored in to your budget?
I'll have to take that back and get back to you about that, sir.
Fair enough. And let's assume I'm one of the single-family homes and I opt out during the pilot. Who pays for that? Is it on me as a ratepayer, or is it as me as the customer opting out, or is it the entire rate base?
It would be the entire rate base.
Okay.
The Warmth Act makes it clear that anyone participating is allowed to opt out at any time. And our understanding of the act is that is recovered through the Warmth Act rider, not through any individual ratepayer.
Okay. In terms of your recovery, you'll be recovering through, I believe you said a rider. And when you move it when the project's completed, use and useful, you'll move it into rate base. And I assume that's when the commission will decide whether or not, excuse me here, whether or not the costs incurred were prudent. Was that fair to say, sir?
I'd have to get back to you as far as the rate base question, as our costs will be fully recovered during the pilot period. But as far as, if you could remind me, I apologize, the second part of your question?
Well, okay, so if you're going to have everything recovered, when does the commission review the prudency of your project?
In the case that someone brings a complaint for prudency. So we would make, and I believe we've committed to this, regular filings on our progress. And if at some point an entity feels, including the commission, feels our costs are imprudent, there's certainly, it is certainly within your purview to look into that.
Okay. I know you indicated to Commissioner Linton that this was a worthwhile project, even though it's clearly not anywhere close to being cost efficient or cost effective, correct?
I don't believe those were my exact words, but
well, right. but you acknowledge it's not cost effective, but you still want it to be approved.
Correct.
And I mean, I guess, when does a project become so not cost effective? There's the costs clearly outweigh the benefits that it shouldn't move forward.
I don't know when we reach that point.
Sure.
I don't believe we've reached that point with this project.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Sussman.
Good morning. Oh, afternoon. Time flies. So the project is going to include the bore field, pump house, the loop, and the ground source heat pump. Those will all be owned by WGL?
Correct.
Okay. I'm assuming you heard earlier that the expectation is that BGE would keep the ground source heat pump for the 5-year period and then turn it over or sell it. What would you do at that point?
I don't know exactly what the time period would be, but certainly it would be, at some point it would no longer be under our ownership and would simply be turned over to either, the homeowners in the case of single-family homes or the building owners in case of the apartment units.
Okay. So assuming you determined that this is scalable, we agree, is the expectation that you will just kind of go out into the community and do the same thing, do the boreholes, install the pump house, put in the loop, the ambient loop, and ground source heat pump? What are you seeing as sort of the next steps after you do the pilot?
At the moment, I don't see those next steps because I don't have the data from this first step. So we'll need to see exactly how this works. It's hard for me to answer that hypothetical because I need to see, and WGL needs to see, exactly how this works, and to then decide how, whether, and if it needs to be used in the future. And
well, but you haven't done the kind of the sort of the noodling to see, well, if this is, I mean, I'm assuming, people do pilots, you sort of test out things, you don't just sort of go in and say, well, I'm just going to wait and see what the data says. You have some hypothesis of what you're expecting to see. I mean, unless you think that this is going to be a total failure, then I understand that the expectation is you're going to be done.
We don't think this is going to be a failure. We're very excited about this.
Okay, so if this is a success, what does success mean for WGL?
Success means getting the data necessary for us to review in order to decide how this can be best used in the future. It's also in working with the Commission and other interested parties to figure out how this will be regulated, and in also the learnings from working with our ratepayers and the building owners as we go through construction on their properties and putting this into service and having them live with this technology.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, so, at this point now you're a gas utility. You own the pipes and you sell the commodity. So, this is how you make your money. If this is, maybe we just are seeing success differently, but assuming the pilot shows that this is cost effective from a company perspective, is the expectation that you will own the loop?
Correct. We would continue to own the loop.
Okay, and then the pump house,
Correct.
and then the ground source geothermal facility.
The boreholes?
No, not the boreholes, but the heat pump. Would you own the heat pumps?
We would not own individual unit heat pumps or the individual heat pumps for the houses.
Okay, so it would be everything but. So now you would own the heat pumps just because it's a pilot, but the expectation is that you would own everything except the heat pump.
On a going forward basis, subject to check, there may be other little niggles here and there, but for the sake of argument, yes, you are correct.
Okay, so if you were to do new build, a facility would necessarily need an HVAC system. Everybody sort of expects that you would have an HVAC system when you do a new build. So if you were to do a new build where there's a ground source heat pump, that could be something you own or the developer could install as part of what they do. But you, in that situation, the expectation is that you would own the pump house, the boreholes, and the loop going forward.
I don't believe, to my knowledge, that we have looked at geothermal on the basis of new construction, because our understanding of the Warmth Act is it requires us to take existing infrastructure. So I am unable to state exactly what we would own and what we would not own if we were involved with
So-
new construction.
Well, but as a company, no one's had this conversation at WGL about, I mean, the Warmth Act is getting you to think about certain scenarios, but so from that, you haven't sort of taken on the notion of, well, maybe we can do this in new builds, and this could be a new way for us to get a return on some infrastructure.
I'm happy to take that as a bench data request and go back to see what we may have done in regards to new builds, but I personally have not been involved in any conversations revolving around geothermal for new build development. My role is as managing this project, and for this project, we only looked at existing infrastructure due to the constraints of the Warmth Act itself.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so BG&E described this process that they went through to determine their potential sites where they had a large field and then sort of winnowed it down to 5 and then 2. What process did WGL go under to pick this site?
I would again have to take that back as a bench data request to get through from the 40,000 foot level to the 10,000 foot level, and give you an exact description. I can tell you we started like BG&E did with many sites under possible consideration. I don't know what the exact number is offhand, and then over time, based on various scoring factors, we reduced it to the 2 sites that I talked about, and then after talking to the local electric utility, to the 1 site we decided upon.
Well, I guess I'd be interested to know what you were before you got to the 2.
Okay.
What was the number before that? I mean, was it 5, 10, whatever? So, okay. So the site you did select, you mentioned the major tenants that you're going to include, and then you have these other potential tenants. I guess, so you've talked to each of the potential tenants about being part of this?
We have not yet approached all of the projected tenants. The only actual let me start over. The only actual projected tenants are the 10 single-family homes, Victory Oaks, and the Northwest Parks Apartments. There are other entities in close proximity that we may look at partnering with, that slide indicates. And I mentioned that in some cases, for instance, the church, we'd like to work with them, the Parks Department, or the Capital Parks and Planning Commission, we would like to work with them. But the only entities committed to the project, Northwest Parks, Victory Oaks, and the 10 single-family homes, we've approached everyone but the 10 single-family homes. So Northwest Parks and Victory Oaks are excited to be part of this process, and if the pilot gets approved, we will then go about contacting individual homeowners.
All right, so you said you had discussions with the Park and Planning Commission about using Broad Acres Park, but nothing's come up. So what's the issue? What's their concern?
Their concern is about benefits to the parks. Frankly, with more time, we would have entered into more thorough discussions. However, the time limitation of just a year to propose this complete project, we were unable to enter into more fulsome discussions.
And is it I realize speculation on your part, but are you thinking that you could come in agreement with them, or?
We would certainly like to.
Okay, I think that's everything I got. So, all right. So why don't we break for lunch and we'll come back at 1:20. Okay, back on the record in case number 9749.
Next, we're going to hear from the Home Energy Efficiency Team, or HEAT. We'll hear from Zainab Magabi, HEAT's Executive Director, and Andrew Iliff, HEAT's Policy Director.
Thank you very much, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to address the Commission and share HEAT's experience and approach to thermal energy networks. We have some slides that I'm sure will be up in a second. HEAT believes in innovation for the public good, as you can see up there. We can move on to the next slide. This is just a summary of HEAT's approach to our work around thermal energy networks. On the right, you can see the system goals that HEAT set out to meet in designing the energy system of the future. We believe that thermal energy networks are a system that can meet all these goals. One of the many reasons we're happy to be here in Baltimore visiting from Massachusetts is we often in Massachusetts say that we have the second oldest gas infrastructure in the country. So we're excited to be in the place that has the honor of having some of the oldest gas infrastructure in the country. We can go to the next slide. So one of the key features of thermal energy networks is they are an engineered solution. We are not discussing delivering a commodity, an energy commodity. This is an engineered solution, not a product. The technical and social outcomes have to be baked into the design of the system. We heard earlier about an ice rink in one of the pilots. This is part of the design and will result in different outcomes than networks that use other thermal resources. And in order to maximize the capacity of thermal networks, given this engineered solution, HEAT is really committed to building the learning infrastructure necessary to successfully and cost-effectively scale this new energy utility. We can go to the next slide. HEAT thinks of thermal energy networks as taking place, the scaling of thermal networks at utility scale is taking place over three distinct phases. To reach a final regulatory framework will require more than a single pilot, potentially many more. So that is full-scale deployment. That's where we have a regulatory framework that we can deploy for new thermal networks. The development phase in the middle there is expanding projects across more locations to get rational regulation with data from the demonstration projects. Today, we are on the left-hand side of this graphic, where we are wrestling, as we've heard earlier today, with definitions, with metrics, with key environmental protections and labor transition requirements, with consumer protections, and as we hope to be able to in more detail later, with cost recovery and financing, and crucially, with demonstration data collection and reporting, as we shared in our comments. I should say, HEAT is here today with the intention of providing support and information for all the parties, all the stakeholders in these thermal energy networks, in order to support the best decisions. We can move to the next slide. I'm going to say a little bit about what the HEAT's learning infrastructure looks like. In Massachusetts, HEAT has led the Kickstart Community Grant Program. This HEAT has supported 11 communities in doing different kinds of pilot project feasibility studies, pre-feasibility studies, really. So all the projects involved a great deal of community engagement and education about what the barriers and opportunities are involved in thermal networks. And we really think this, like, boots on the ground engagement with communities where thermal energy networks will be deployed is essential. Next slide. We also lead, together with our partners at the Building Decarbonization Coalition, a coalition of advocates who are themselves informing and educating their communities across the country. This includes partners in Maryland, but also New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Washington, Oregon, Colorado, and many states in the Midwest in particular. Next slide. One crucial network that HEAT supports is the Utility Network Geothermal Collaborative. This is a group of gas utility staffers that meet regularly to discuss the opportunities and challenges in deploying thermal networks as a business model for gas utilities. There are two coalitions, one national and one on the East Coast, that meet regularly to share information and best practices, as well as to uncover problems. HEAT participates in one of these and exchanges information with the other. And I would note that the utilities here today have been active participants in that East Coast coalition. Next slide. HEAT also convenes a geothermal network regulator forum. This map shows states with active participants in that forum. The forum convenes state regulators and staff in a thermal energy network community of practice, again, to essentially uncover opportunities and challenges with this new form of energy utility. Next slide. And now I'm going to hand over to Zainab to talk about our research consortium.
It is a pleasure to be here, and I wish to start, commissioners, by acknowledging how challenging your task is. We are deep in this, and I hope that what we're about to share is actually of use and ready to help with other questions. So one of the things we were very concerned about, given that this is an engineered solution, is to know how best to distribute and deliver the outcomes that we saw as potential, but were not guaranteed. And so we were able to procure funding. I should mention that we accept, as an organization, no funding from either the gas or the geothermal industries, and are independently funded by foundations and state and federal government. So I will just come back to the research consortium we've built with the best available expertise across the country. It is the leading research entity to attempt to answer some of your questions in a data-based way so that you can make science-informed decisions. We have wrapped around the first installations in Massachusetts, again, as an independent entity, and have directly installed, for example, monitoring infrastructure in boreholes and are collecting continuous underground thermal data. We've also worked one-on-one with the utilities and begun to analyze. We have our first year of data from Framingham, have begun to analyze the process. We have additionally built, together with NREL, National Renewable Energy Labs, a accurate model, or the best accuracy we can achieve at this point, of the infrastructure, and then are verifying it with the data, which is the only way to get an actually accurate model. And so that has taught us a lot already. We have learned a tremendous amount. Everyone involved has learned a tremendous amount. One of the things that we're here for is to make sure that that learning plays out in this commission. And so the key and core aspect that we submitted in our comments that is in the Warmth Act is that direction for data sharing with the Leg Up Research Consortium. And we have co-developed with all entities, including our Massachusetts utilities and many more, a geothermal networks database dashboard. It is hosted, sorry, I should keep going. I'm just talking without my slides. Yes, so just to give you a sense, you don't need to understand the slide, it's just we're directly collecting data and doing a lot of science around it. We have a research and science team that is really doing our best to understand everything possible to understand about how the system is behaving, why, and what are the design modifications that would drive different outcomes. Just to give you a sense of that, we are able to see, for example, now that if we change the diameter of the pipe, we get a different COP, or coefficient of efficiency. So there's a lot of interesting things around that. We do not have design guidelines fixed for this infrastructure yet. We know it works. There's installs on campuses around it, but we don't know how to optimize it. So, next slide, sorry. Back to that database. It took a lot more time than we thought, but we have a coherent set of data with units and direction on the collection for submission to the data bank. There's both a basic and an advanced data set. I believe the Warmth Act intends to include the basic data set.
So I want to, share this with you, and really flag it as essential to have it baked into the design of instrumentation and data collection, and to ensure that the full data set is submitted so that we can really compare across all of the 26 projects currently in the gas utility pipeline across the country, which would allow us to learn faster and to get better value for ratepayer money in this process. I'm going to keep moving. I figured the biggest question is the cost question. It is also one of the hardest, but all of the descriptions we had of the both community-based data, the science-based data, is informing our approach to this cost question. So the first thing I want to note very, very importantly is that we are starting with a proven technology that is well known for being the lowest cost of energy. The geothermal heat pump, or geothermal heating and cooling, is today, and has been for some time, a lowest cost of energy and the lowest operations and maintenance cost on a life cycle basis. The challenge with that, and this has been the thing that has made the individual geothermal heat pump somewhat niche to date, is that you basically have to purchase the entire life cycle of fuel upfront by installing the infrastructure. Your energy costs are minimal, just like with many of the clean energy infrastructures, but your upfront infrastructure costs are large. When we were attempting to ask the question, what infrastructure should let me pause for a moment. We began this journey by really asking the question, given how old our gas system is, given our mandates for decarbonization in Massachusetts, what is a rational investment today for the next 100 years? And really looking at energy infrastructure as the basis of our economy, as the basis of our society, and delivering a necessary human good. If we look on the 100-year life cycle, should we be putting in the same infrastructure that was put in the 1800s? It was totally cutting edge then. And looking to the most efficient technology was why we moved towards the geothermal heat pump and chose not to fight physics. We wanted to have the margin to address the building modernization, which is our largest challenge today. So the first thing I really want to request and suggest is that when looking at costs, we have learned very, very strongly in the first several projects that dividing the costs into the three components of the building costs, the building retrofit costs, including the heat pump, or as we now call the geothermal heating and cooling equipment, the distribution loop, which is your utility distribution infrastructure, and the thermal resources, which the baseline is geothermal boreholes, but of course this infrastructure allows us to open up to all kinds of other thermal opportunity. So division into these aspects is critical because when you're asking questions, for example, about new build, what you're really asking is to see the difference between building classic utility infrastructure, the distribution system, and dealing with the delayed maintenance of our aging building stock, which is a challenge. And so this separation, we also suggest, is very relevant to procurement in experience. The procurement systems that exist are typically, and I know nothing about procurement in the state, but typically utility procurement is set up to efficiently work for existing well-established technologies. And when you go to the distribution loop, that is beautifully parallel, and it was incredibly successful in Massachusetts. You had gas workers who installed gas pipe, getting a couple hours of training, switching to geo, doing it relatively on time and on budget, and switching back to gas. It was everything we would hope for in a workforce transition. Then you go to the geothermal drilling. It is a less developed market. The process of procurement, one of the second projects had a real challenge around that, just to flag that. We are in the process of developing and will publish before the end of the year a first attempt, a draft at a cost framework. And are attempting to match it to the gas utility rate-making functionalization and classification. It is a decent match. There are some slight differences, but we are attempting to suggest that the process of the demonstration projects, the data collected, could really inform this approach. All right, some good news. We have been attempting to track a scaling cost curve, a learning cost curve, an innovation cost curve, which we really, and so we have data and a partnership with Colorado Mesa University, which is a university that has the oldest of this type of system with 5 expansions to date and is currently set to double. Its efficiency went up and its cost to expand went down at each iteration. The cost of the system was $7,400 per ton, and the additional cost, that incremental cost, was half at $3,284 per ton. This is in western Colorado. I will note that they have some additional drilling availability. So we see this pattern repeatedly, and we are seeing it again in Massachusetts. It is really important to understand that operating energy, peak load requirements, each of them drop with increasing scale and with increasing stability. And then there are some fixed assets that are one-offs. You don't buy a new SCADA system, for example. And so that challenge of the first project, part of the art of siting, is to get the best shot at having the first project not be overwhelming. And long before you have scaling efficiency, that is the point of a utility, and long before you have a thermal market, which has a whole nother additional cost benefit. So here is Framingham's distribution of cost breakdowns. On the left is the initial project cost breakdown. On the right, you'll see a really significant change. The majority, the infrastructure costs go down, and the building conversion costs become dominant. But most importantly is to look to the right. The budget estimate for the second project is 40% for 120% of the capacity. And so that the loop and bore field costs, for example, went from 12 million to 6 million. The engineering, the site work, the permitting was simplified. I should mention that HEAT led this design process thanks to a federal grant. And I should mention that it's Eversource Gas's infrastructure and design, and it was done by Salas O'Brien. But each of the things were simplified. We moved, there's no pump house. We moved pumping into an underground box, which the gas utilities are comfortable with and is sufficient. And the approach to procurement was broken into categories, and several other steps were taken to optimize. There are several more to step two. I want to comment on backup. That's come up several times. I think it's a really critical discussion. So first of all, the idea of backup on a household level, we would push very, very strongly against. An individual installation of any heat pump typically has electric resistance backup. Well, that is, in Massachusetts, cold climate, needed for an air source heat pump. It is not needed for geothermal in Massachusetts. And that said, when you attach to a utility infrastructure, the backup is central. The service of the utility provides your security rather than the individual house. So if you are a new gas customer and you get hooked up to a gas system, they don't offer you a propane backup. They instead have an incredibly rigorous process of identifying failures and repairing. If there's a third-party hit, they go out and fix it. There's no problem with the system for that. It has a 4 to 6 hour lag time where a customer won't even notice the difference. So that the reason we want to avoid and essentially turn off any electric resistance backup is the benefits to the electric grid. If you have electric resistance backup and it is triggered, say there's a third-party hit, if it's triggered, you've suddenly erased your entire avoided cost on the electric grid. Suddenly, you could tip over, that region's electric capacity. So the benefit to the electric grid, which we'll get to in a second. So the putting the backup centrally also gives you the opportunity to cost optimize up front. One of the learnings we've had from our research team and our modeling is that the existing engineering rules are for a typical geothermal heat pump. They aggregate the loads, but they do not have modeling tools or rules of thumb for calculating the impact of the loop itself. It has thermal inertia. When you calculate the physics of that, it actually cuts the peaks and dramatically reduces the borehole demand. So we are not yet to the place where we can provide rules of thumb and multiple projects to back that up. But if you were striving to cut costs, designing the system to slightly less than capacity, providing a backup centrally, I would personally bet you'll never use the backup and your costs will go down. I'm going to keep going. This is the last few slides. Additional impacts, I mentioned the electric grid piece. I think one of the challenges also of this building a first iteration of something that is intended to be utility scale is that the impacts and the cost benefits, they play out at different scales. One of the most critical is this electric grid impacts piece. Efficiency is the way we're going to have a margin to address the old buildings. And I want to acknowledge the questions around new build. So, yes, if you're looking at upfront costs and how to minimize that first project costs, doing it in new build will absolutely reduce them. Our old buildings typically, and I'm sure it's the same here, have 100 years of delayed maintenance and a considerable number of other issues. And once you cross that threshold, you're in for it. Everyone who owns a house knows. And so the question of modernizing our buildings is a separate question. However, in my opinion, and in Heat's opinion, the challenge that we are trying to solve with this infrastructure is our old buildings. We have ways to solve the new buildings, particularly with envelope design and efficiency. How do we solve our old buildings? This is our best shot. It is the hardest problem on the block, and by increasing to the maximal efficiency, it's achieved between a 600 and 900% efficiency in some installs. Increasing to the maximal efficiency gives us the biggest margin going forward to cover the costs of those building retrofits. If we calculate the electric grid savings, if we look at and bring down the costs of the infrastructure, that is our prediction, and it is sufficiently rational but not yet proven. It's a hypothesis, as you mentioned, that it is not just us. In fact, the World Bank is now building 3,000 to 10,000 building scale projects in several other countries as a development move. So the savings on the electric grid have been calculated by Oak Ridge National Lab. They exceed 1.5 trillion by 2050, and that is just the electric grid savings. That is not the energy savings on the geothermal side. My last slide, and I apologize for throwing so much at you. We recently published this paper. One of the things that we're concerned about is timescale. It is very hard to make reasonable, rational decisions today for something that is a generational decision. And the question of the distribution of costs and benefits over time to the entire ratepayer base is one that has worried us for some time. And this is a modeling of a gas system transition using a building by building transition, which is what most states are currently approaching, who are approaching us, just to qualify. And the extraordinary rise in energy burden, pictured with the pink piece of this graph, is really around the high income individual means of motivation selection of an airport or source heat pump. If you have the means, the motivation, you own the building, you can do this. You can go to the air source heat pump. As costs rise on a declining rate base, it is the lowest income and those who are renters who will have the least ability to move and will face the highest rising energy burdens. This infrastructure directly addresses that by providing a opportunity to use a heat pump, the most efficient, without removing the upfront cost, using the utility financing method to actually provide access to this lowest cost, healthiest, most efficient form of heating and cooling. There's one slide left. Workforce is essential. I will just skip on there. This is the one piece. On the left is the pipe install, incredible transition. On the right is the drilling, much work needed here. And I just wanted to flag that these challenges are really different for different pieces of the project. I really appreciate the opportunity to share. We are here to support and share, and we're, in our mind, really at the getting our boots dirty and doing something phase. We would recommend that the process going forward include design review, include the database participation, and we're happy to talk about any of the other options, including ensuring that we measure in the projects the electric grid impacts in order to inform cost frameworks going forward.
Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. In terms of scaling projects, I know you said the cost goes down. That's obviously going to, or is it going to depend on the type of, I guess, the initial project, where it's located in the system? Is it urban, suburban, rural?
Yeah. Some part of that cost drop is independent of location because there's just some fixed costs for the first project, like that SCADA system, right? But the majority of the savings, as far as we can tell so far, are really about the thermal inertia of the system, as well as the number of customers. So your ability to stochastically predict loads as you're adding customers, your load peak flattening to some extent. The odds of 1,000 customers all being on at the same 10 minutes at their peak are much lower than the odds of 10 customers. And so there's that scaling piece, there's the thermal inertia scaling piece, and really we're trying to untangle them from the data. We don't know exactly what percentage or where, and we don't know what the threshold is on the other side. It appears to be, at least several miles of infrastructure, hundreds of loops, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the projects you've been involved with, has there been, can you point to like one or two things that have cost or has resulted in projects, their costs going, through the roof in terms of the initially proposed budget?
One of the tentative thresholds we've discerned is that there really is a too small project for this. If you think about it kind of in a very practical sense, like, do you build a pump station for 2 buildings? No, that's crazy. And so we're looking at projects and really guesstimating right now, it's maybe around 300, 350 tons. You're going to have a more cost-effective project at a larger scale. And going too small is going to have challenges. They're going to make the costs, especially because people are very inclined to look at cost per household or customer. I think the other thing that I would flag, and we learned, for example, in the Lowell project, is that the procurement process, the inclination is sometimes, and this may not play out here, I want to qualify that, but the inclination is sometimes, well, let's do soup to nuts. We haven't done this before. There's a constant risk assessment and risk moderation from these projects, right? All eyes are on you. You're trying to do this something you haven't done before. So if you go and you procure from start to finish, well, there's no entity that provides this from start to finish. So what you end up getting is kind of a risk sandwich of one entity who's subbed another entity, who's subbed another entity, and everyone's adding their risks, and the cost blows up. Avoiding that would be great. That's part of our suggestion to segment into the different elements. The last one that is very clear, and you could probably guess without me telling you, is that the old buildings, when you enter those old buildings, well, that's a whole nother learning curve. And every building is a unicorn. I think the intention and purpose of this infrastructure is actually to learn how to see that they all have 4 legs. But hitting asbestos, hitting mold, hitting code violations, faulty wiring, blows up the cost. This is something we as a society have simply not addressed. We talk about an energy transition, we know the risks on our society and humanity of climate change, but actually touching millions of homes, most of which are not fully maintained, is an enormous boundary and barrier. And so that's where we saw costs blow up. It wasn't the infrastructure. It's a little bit the drilling, depending on how you bid it. But the drilling costs can come down too.
Okay. You also noted the size of the project. If your review of these 3 projects, are they appropriately sized? Should they be bigger? Should they be smaller? If you have an opinion.
I hope that I didn't miss it in the filings, but I would love to know the tonnage. And of course, I realize that this is site selection, so it doesn't have specific entities signed up. But I can guess from what the buildings are that it's probably appropriate. Of course, when you put in that infrastructure in a street block and you have several buildings attached, one of the things you need to ask is, for that pipe diameter, if this moves forward, what would it look like if all of them were attached? Just like when you put in a gas pipe and you then go out and recruit customers. So there's a real question there. Eyeballing it without numbers, they look of a sufficient size.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sussman.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming down to our neck of the woods. And you have provided us a lot of information. So actually, I wanted to drill down a little bit on what you see as the real value, which is to deal with old buildings. And I guess my question is, so we're looking at the future of gas, and we actually have a future of gas proceeding. And so my sense in this proposal is to sort of deal less with the old buildings and more with the future of gas. And so then that does change kind of the dynamics of what you're looking at. So when I raise the question about new build versus retrofitting, I mean, we have lots of different programs. We have an Empower program that can deal with some of the issues around old buildings, and some of the old buildings are very complicated. I mean, they're rentals, and so this just seems like a lot of money to deal with old infrastructure. So,
well, I would love to know a breakdown estimate of how much of the budget is for the building retrofits and how much of it is for the infrastructure. And I think that's relevant to your question.
Yeah, and I'm not sure we know. I mean, we don't have.
Yep.
I mean, I've looked at the proposals, and there's not a lot of detail there. But if our reason for doing this is to get us off of gas, and to start thinking about using this incredibly efficient approach, then it's less about old versus new and just getting the infrastructure in place. So if that's what our focus is, on, does putting the money into new offer us information that we don't have now?
I believe it does. I think Andrew had a line earlier that the problem we're trying to solve is not the new build, and so the question is, do we?
Well, except that, I mean, if some of what we're trying to solve in new building is to not keep putting gas infrastructure in there, that is then going to help to solve for that. If we can show that putting in geothermal in new buildings is actually a benefit to the entire system.
So the way we have modeled out the question of a gas infrastructure transition in Massachusetts, it is actually the most challenging part of the energy transition, maybe airplane fuel, but anyway, and partly because it's so many individual buildings. And so the question of whether to avoid new gas infrastructure, to me and in Massachusetts, is not a new build question. It's actually throughout our aging infrastructure, we are replacing pipes, and I don't have the Baltimore numbers, but we're replacing pipes at a significant rate. And every time that you are replacing a kind of dependency of zero pipe at the outer edge of your system or as a ladder rung that is not pressure dependent, you have the opportunity and the question to invest in infrastructure that you can ensure has price stability, ensure meets future and carbon requirements, and delivers cooling in addition at a lower electric grid impact. So I think to us, in terms of scale, the percentage of opportunities for new build is significantly less than the percentage of opportunities for non-gas pipe alternatives or the opportunity to address and avoid electric grid investments as we take a more integrated look at our energy system and its future.
Right, and actually that was going to be my follow-up question. Is in Massachusetts, do you look to the projects that will actually help to avoid replacing aging pipelines? Because we actually have a stride proceeding here that we're sort of starting to evolve away from. But if we can actually take those projects where you're going to have to replace that pipe, as opposed to just any project, have it be focused on that, then all of a sudden you've got an avoided cost that may not be in the calculation but should be in the calculation.
Exactly, and I tend to call it a cost layer cake. So if you have an avoided cost on the gas system, and you have an avoided cost on the electric system, and you have other aspects, in fact, that we didn't even discuss, like water use in cooling. But there's a whole stack of cost opportunities that we are not currently considering in any of the regulatory proceedings across the country. However, in Massachusetts, yes, there is explicit direction and a process moving forward to target and prioritize pipe replacement opportunities.
Okay. Now we have I'm just looking at the WGL proposal, and the price per unit is really high. And I look at that and I think, that's not sustainable. I mean, if we're thinking about replacing all of the infrastructure, even if the price comes down a little bit, it's still so high. I'm not sure if this incorporates a project, for example, where they needed to actually replace the gas pipe, but they're actually not. They're actually keeping the pipe in place. So we're sort of losing that piece of it. On some level, it's sort of a double counting, because they are going to maintain the gas that's already in the ground while they're putting in the loop for the geothermal. But are you seeing these kinds of costs in the projects that are in Massachusetts?
It is very hard for me to answer the question without having a metric to compare,
Right.
because I don't know the energy use of the buildings. It's very challenging. I can tell you, however, that in the projects around the country that I do know there is a really wide variability. One of the things that we're seeing is that risk stack. One of the largest costs outside of that building retrofit question is the borehole installation. A borehole lasts 100 years plus, but paying up front for that is costly.
So is that one of the biggest, in terms of the sort of list of 4 different things, is the borehole the largest piece of the cost?
The biggest piece of the cost, second project on, is the building retrofit. The infrastructure itself is just pipes with water in them.
Okay.
We can really use a comparable with the gas system. They are HDPE pipes. A little different diameter, doesn't make a lot of cost difference, as you know. There's some different valves here and there. It's the boreholes that are replacing our entire gas production and transmission system, and the distribution infrastructure replacing our distribution infrastructure, and then the house, of course, you're replacing boiler, depending on your HVAC. Always it depends. We have a lot of steam in New England, so I wish I could give you an answer. I know it's a hard challenge, but I can't. What I can offer is that in the process of design, we do provide 30% and 60% design review and feedback. We're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. And for the boreholes, you would have to put those in regardless of whether it's a new build or an existing build.
Yes, and what we were seeing is the first project with that risk sandwich puts in far more boreholes than are utilized. And the good news is that just like with many infrastructure systems, you then, as you add, you need less and less boreholes.
Okay, I like good news. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. So you've had an opportunity to review the pilots that have been proposed to us here today. And through your efforts in other jurisdictions, you've seen a lot of other geothermal installations and projects. I guess first, before I get to my primary question, would this commission or utilities or some of the other parties here have, I'll say, reasonable access to the information that you've already produced, those lessons learned?
Yes, absolutely. Our principle at HEAT is transparency, and I will qualify that in that we do need to process the data, put it in context before sharing. So we will be publishing a first-gen report on Framingham's first year of data before the end of the year. We also will be providing a regulatory white paper with initial learnings. All of that will be accessible. We are also happy to share observations before we have complete answers.
Okay, so there have been concerns raised by several of the parties regarding the costs for these proposals that are before us. So my question is, are these proposals unique enough to justify the costs that we are being asked to present to ratepayers for whatever period of time? There's 3 different proposals in front of us. And the secondary to that is, are they designed in such a way so that they're unique enough to give us a lesson learned that is not already in your database, for example, or not going to be part of one of your white papers?
I really appreciate that question. I'm going to give you a slightly complex answer. I apologize. But
That's fine.
I think the shortest answer is yes, partly because we cannot give conclusive answers without a certain number of projects. And having those certain number of projects, say at least 10 or 15 to see a trend, be distributed across the country allows an educational process that is at the core of a demonstration project. And what we observed in Framingham and in the next project in Massachusetts, there are 5 that have regulatory permission, but is the learning curve in each utility across the entire inside of the utility, their sales staff, the learning curve for the community, the learning curve for the municipality, and that is typically like in the innovation technology space, which we currently, at least in Massachusetts, don't have a regulatory construct for innovation or doing new things, which is quite a challenge. But it's typically seen as like Wright's law. You can come back. You know, you have an expected drop in cost over time, just from that learning process. So in a sense, part of what that first project is paying for is everybody's learning process, and you have unique weather patterns, you have unique building patterns, you have unique ground. So your site, like location-specific data, is not only relevant to our learning, but it's also really relevant to trust. And I would argue that one of the things that people do still have some trust in is that they will turn on the light and the light will go on. Our utility services are generally trusted. I think building trust in a new offering is actually pretty essential.
Okay. So it sounds like what you're suggesting that it will have value to heat because of some of the academic learning and other benefits that would come with it.
Yes. But,
from our perspective as a regulatory body, as a commissioners, it sounds like there may be some benefit to us that's not in your database now in terms of the locational elements. So I guess it kind of suggests that I ask the question again with that component built into it. Is that enough to make
really good
this
question.
type of project worth the outlay and the expense that
So
we're
again, I'm not comfortable commenting on the actual cost without knowing actual energy. But I think what I can comment on is that the first project is higher cost than other projects, right? So it's an outlay of expense. And yes, the reason we built the research team and built this model and are verifying it with data from different locations is so that we could run it another 100, 200 times to begin to give you some of the answers to the questions you asked earlier about scaling and what would it cost to take this over the next 50 years to a full thermal utility. Is it worth it? I think that's a really critical question, and it should be answered in a data-based way.
Okay. So I'll move away from that topic for a second and focus a little more on the database component, which I know is valuable for heat. And I don't want to mispronounce the acronym. Is it leg up?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Learning from the ground up.
Okay, because the E is lowercase, but everything else is a capital, so I wasn't quite sure. Okay. I think I would certainly agree with you that the provision of the collection of data is critical for these types of initiatives. Obviously, this is an effort, it's a pilot, so we're trying to learn something from it. But it's important for us to put the components of what we want from a data perspective up front so that we get it at the end. So there's going to be some things that utility companies will be able to produce because they have the infrastructure and equipment to do it.
Yes.
Some things that they won't. So have you been participating enough to know what the utilities have now and can produce, and does it match up well with what you already collect? So in other words, as we're sitting here today, if we said yes, everybody go forward.
Yeah.
Are we looking at a moment 24 months from now or sometime around then when we have another hearing like this and you come back in front of us and say, well, we would love to have gotten this piece of information and we'd love to have this data, but for some reason we don't have it?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. So looking at a classic EM&V study. It won't necessarily provide comparable data to compare the projects over time, and won't necessarily answer the set of questions we began with. So we're happy to share with you the set of questions that our state wanted to learn, and it was really to try to get at those questions of like, where is this cost effective in the long term? What scale? A whole bunch of other questions. And so the process of determining that very, very challenging balance between minimal cost of data collection and ensuring no violation of customer privacy or critical infrastructure information, et cetera, but getting sufficient data to answer those questions was a large process and balancing act. So we strongly encourage that the database be, as it is required, the metrics and data collection recommendations are part of the design process, and placing, for example, your flow meter matters to what answer you get. And so having that integrated so that the data comes out on the other end is great. As far as whether it is reported, I think the extraordinary collaborative mood of this process so far is reassuring. I think everyone wants to learn, everyone wants the questions answered, and I'm hopeful that the submission of the data set will not be a problem. I don't know if that answered you well enough.
It's trending in the right direction.
I will
you know,
say it
and
is a
it's-
process.
Yeah, so on that we agree. And so you suggested earlier that there is some information that you could provide to us
Yes.
In advance.
Yes.
I think that would be great. I don't think it was part of your filing, but
No, we can.
it would be useful to know if the information that you're collecting already and the different data metrics that you're looking to collect already and that you have already been collecting, to see if our utilities already are planning to collect that as part of the pilots they've been proposing. Are those costs already baked in, or is that as a result of what we're looking to learn from this? Is that going to mean that we've got another set of costs on top because our utilities don't collect it currently?
I can tell you that from the wonderful long conversations, like for example, the comment about metering and learning about metering, this is one of the things that is unresolved. For some unknown reason, B2 meters are really expensive. And so the question of what is the rational way to meter and charge is one that a bunch of utilities are asking, and that has already been in conversation. So I'm hopeful that the majority of it is already there, and I would add that the actual cost of this is quite low. It's more about the process of doing it.
Well, I'm glad data has a good CBA. That's good.
Well, you know, the scientists aren't so much into profit, but do you mind if I add one thing I want to make sure? You all had a lot of questions about the investor tax credits, and I want to acknowledge that, you know, everything this year is feeling uncertain. However, the additional information and uncertainty is kind of the point, and I want to share with you that the support for geothermal heating and cooling is incredibly strong and has always been in the Republican Party, and the current administration remains in strong support. Not only did the investor tax credits remain, but in that big bill, there was an expansion of opportunity with the addition of third-party financing. And so, third-party ownership, I apologize. So I just, in the metric of uncertainty, this one is, we are not concerned about currently.
Well, that's good to hear. I appreciate that. So my last question has to do with your community workshop recommendation. It was part of your comments. clearly as part of our agenda today, we have comments from members of the public. I mean, we have a nice large audience even after lunch, which is, you know, a positive. I'm, you know, this commission, we've had a lot of experience with work groups over the years. Some great, some not so great. Do you have some information or lessons learned that you could share with us, hopefully in a written format or something, that could help us to the extent that's something we'd like to explore, to recommend for our utilities, something that we could take a look at to see, because like I said earlier, we're very experienced with work groups within our industry, and of course we're bringing some people in, but this appears to be one where it's an external work group that has a very different kind of focus. So.
Yeah. We absolutely have all of our learnings to date and best practices to date on community engagement and workshops and what we called charrettes. We can share all of that.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
Okay. So one of the companies that we've heard from today have proposed to do 2 projects. And there's been some comments by some of the parties indicating that maybe we should pick between the 2 projects as opposed to do both. So I guess my first question is it your view that trying to do 2 projects simultaneously is a pretty significant lift, and is it overly ambitious?
I don't think it's overly ambitious when I take a look at both what we do know, not all the unknowns I've listed, and the situation we are in terms of affordability, aging infrastructure, et cetera. I think there are, trade-offs. If you begin one project first, you can take the learnings and take it to the next project. If you do them both at once, you're doing the same thing at the same time, you get a little efficiency. I cannot tell you which of those 2 methods gives you an optimized outcome. I don't know.
All right. Now, I'm not going to put you on the spot to say if we had to pick between the 2, which would you pick? But what I would ask you is, if we are in a position where we think we have to decide between the 2, what sorts of things should we be looking at to help make that decision between, just objective factors between the 2 projects? What's more important for what we want to accomplish and what we want to learn from this?
I will take a go
Sure.
at a high level at that answer. I think, what we've been talking about in this conversation through the whole day is, in this early demonstration phase where what we're doing are pilot projects where we need to learn, and the way to learn all these different things that we have to learn is through doing. What is the best pathway? And I think there are multiple pathways. There's certainly value to doing new build, as we've discussed. There's value to doing sort of 2 projects at once. There's value to learning from one project. One of the things that I'm spending a lot of time on is, we've spoken about, we had an image up with geothermal bores as one of the key thermal resources. We are looking, heat is working to explore an increasingly broad array of thermal resources. I'm sure the Commission has been thinking about data centers. The waste heat from data centers is a fantastic thermal resource that can bring down the electric load required to serve that data center. Examples like that, like using waste heat from an ice rink, like using open sources of water as thermal resources, I think that is one way to really complement the ongoing learning that is taking place around the country.
Okay.
So that short answer is, the ice rink is so exciting.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Gave us a lot to think of. So we appreciate you coming down. So
Thank you.
All right. Chair Hoover and Commissioners, we'll hear from members of the public next who have signed up to offer public comments. I'd like to call up the first 5 folks who have signed up with us, if that's okay.
sure.
I'll call up Joelle Novi, Robert Berg, Mona Levine, Donna B. Smith, and Debbie Cohn. Was that 5?
Want to sit here?
Actually, if you want to come up to the table, it might be a little easier for you. Sure. So, and you guys, you can just sit down the line and we'll just go one right after another, yeah, so. The only thing I'd ask you to do is to spell your name for the court reporter person, so we get that into the record accurately, so.
And if I could suggest we start with Ms. Smith because she needs to go sooner. If
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes. I'm Donna B. Smith, Doneby, and the last name Smith, Smith. Well, thank you for this opportunity. It's not something I do every day. Speaking as a healthcare professional who lives and practices in Montgomery County, I'm familiar with the data that's linking indoor air pollution resulting from natural gas with a variety of serious health risks. I'm going to leave the details for other speakers and use my comments to speak about the impacts of natural gas in a larger context. Components of natural gas and its combustion are greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. You maybe already know all that, but beyond the particular and immediate risks from indoor air pollution, climate change from greenhouse gas poses direct and indirect health risks to our entire state and nation. Moving to clean sources of energy like geothermal and solar for Maryland households will benefit us all. As I move towards retirement from a 45-year career as a primary care physician assistant, it has become clear to me that climate is the largest and most pressing health problem of our time. As most of my career has been in providing health care to houseless, immigrant, and other vulnerable populations, it is also clear that the brunt of climate change falls more heavily on some groups than others, particularly on the very groups that have fewer resources to bounce back. As a person of faith, I believe that justice is important and that every person has inherent worth. Everyone deserves clean air and a livable climate, not just the wealthy. The impact of climate change on health of Marylanders is not an abstract worry for some distant future. It is happening here, it is happening now. For example, the risks from increased flooding due to climate change include not just drowning, but also waterborne diseases and mold-related cardiorespiratory illness. Ellicott City alone has experienced 2 floods in the last 9 years, each of which were so large that they were supposed to be a 1 in 1,000-year event. Extreme heat sends people who do not have adequate access to cooling to our emergency departments. In 2024, there were 1,255 heat-related emergency department visits and urgent care visits, and 26 heat-related deaths. In our state, we don't think much about wildfires, but many of us remember a couple years ago when we had smoke from the Canadian wildfires and had to keep our children indoors. We can expect larger and more frequent wildfires affecting our children, elderly, and people with cardiorespiratory disease and pulmonary disease. Climate change is a health emergency. To address it, we need every tool we can develop. Done right, the Northwest Park apartment project will be an important demonstration that network geothermal is a financially and technologically feasible tool for our urgent transition to clean energy, while at the same time serving justice by leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we do this? We'll hear from everybody on the panel and then we'll ask questions. So go ahead.
And Donovan, do you need to go?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
Do I need to take
Go ahead. Good afternoon. I'm Joelle Novi, Joelle, Novi, N as in Nancy, O, V as in Victor, EY. And while my organization Interfaith Power and Light and our partners from Action in Montgomery will formally be presenting a panel a little later, I'm sharing this comment for myself as a resident of Montgomery County and as a member of Tifereth Israel Congregation, which works with AIM. This morning before the hearing, Aaron from Washington Gas and I were chatting, and we discovered something we have in common is that we're both preparing this week for Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement that begins at sundown tomorrow. And for me, one of the most important teachings of Yom Kippur, and so many of our faith traditions actually, is that some of the most important things in life can only be undertaken by the whole community. We're all responsible for each other. We can only really repent all together. We can only really grow all together. And we can only set off in a new direction all together. Think about the abundance of a congregational potluck or the beauty of a hymn sung in harmony by a church choir, right? All of these things are things we can only do all together and we couldn't do working individually. So I want to take a moment at the beginning of my remarks here actually to make sure that the commissioners can see visually what an extraordinary communal show of support for Washington Gas's proposal for Silver Spring is in this room today. Please stand if you are here to support Northwest Park Apartments, tenants, tenant associations, congregations across Montgomery County, clergy, health professionals. All of us have made a communal show of support to be here today, and we are wearing stickers. Thank you. We are wearing stickers, in case you can't read them from here, that say, "We are pumped for neighborhood geothermal." By the time you have heard 2 days of these hearings, you, commissioners, will be so pumped for neighborhood geothermal that you're going to also want to walk onto here wearing these stickers. So I'm saving this sheet of stickers for you. We are pumped about the specific project that Washington Gas is proposing for our beloved neighbors at Northwest Park Apartments. And Commissioner Suchman and all of you, you know that so many Marylanders, something like a third, live in existing multifamily housing. We owe it to them to find ways for these families to breathe cleaner air at home, and we are pumped to ensure that this project puts the best and most efficient technology to work for these families, including induction stoves and heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. But I also want to say another reason I am pumped to be here today on the cusp of Yom Kippur. Neighborhood geothermal is a beautiful example of how an entire community can use a network of pipes to share and exchange heat. It's like a friendly neighborhood heat swap. Neighborhood geothermal uses the same underground passageways once used by leaking gas pipes to establish highly efficient heat networks. Installing these networks of geothermal pipes offers an honorable livelihood for the skilled workers who once laid and repaired pipes, bringing in expensive fuel to burn. And this project is beautiful because it opens a possibility for a powerful collaboration between utilities like Washington Gas and the Maryland communities they serve, like the good folks at Northwest Park Apartments. For me, this week is not just a new Jewish year, but it's also, this hearing also marks the beginning of an all-electric future where our communities, our workers, our utilities all work together. We work together for a Maryland where everyone can breathe clean air at home and in our neighborhoods. And for that, I am well and truly pumped. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Robert Borg, B-O-U-R-G. I live in Rockville, Maryland, and I'm a member of River Road Unitarian Universalist Congregation in Bethesda. RRUUC is a member of Action in Montgomery, but I am speaking today on my personal behalf. Thank you for the opportunity to provide at this hearing some comments about the project. My comments apply mostly to the pilot system proposed by WGL in Silver Spring. I first want to thank WGL for their proposal, and I add my voice to those who support this pilot project as envisioned in the Warmth Act. This technology has the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to improve indoor air quality for Maryland residents, especially those in low and moderate income housing, and to provide highly efficient and economical systems for heating and cooling. These objectives align closely with work RRUUC has done in affordable housing and environmental justice, and they also align with core UU principles, including what we refer to as respect for the interdependent web of all existence, of which we are a part. My remaining comments are about the costs of the proposed pilot. I offer these comments as a utility ratepayer in Maryland and as an engineer with some experience in infrastructure projects and associated financials. Fundamentally, I view the Warmth Act as a vehicle where the larger base of utility ratepayers subsidize a pilot which could lead to more extensive applications of the technology with the benefits that I described. I fully support this project, assuming two aspects of the financials can be addressed. First, I urge WGL to work with the PSC and HEAT to sharpen their pencils with regard to the initial costs. Regarding the scope of the pilot as one example, I understand WGL's reluctance to remove the single-family homes based on their customer base, but I also suggest that sufficient data and experience could be collected with only the apartments in the pilot, and that this data could be applied to future single-family home applications. Second, with regard to the cost recovery period, it seems to me that the stakeholders collectively are torn between enthusiasm and optimism for the technology, and at the same time preparing for scenarios where the pilot is a failure and or the customers opt out at the end of the pilot. I urge all parties to leverage the successful experience with similar projects globally and focus on ways in which the pilot installations would continue to operate for 20 years or more. This would allow the cost recovery period to be spread over a similar period and thus reduce the monthly burden to ratepayers. In summary, I believe a pilot project in Maryland in a real-world replacement application is in the public interest and is needed to generate the data and the experience required to prove the viability of the technology at a greater scale. Thank you again to all parties for your work so far, and I look forward to a successful pilot in Silver Spring.
Good afternoon. My name is Mona Levine, M-O-N-A-L-E-V-I-N-E, and I'm a member of B'nai Israel congregation in Rockville, Maryland. Tikkun Olam, translated as Repair the World, is a central tenet of Judaism, compelling us to address issues including equity, social justice, and climate justice. We do this through our participation in Sea Change, a collaboration of synagogues who support Action in Montgomery and Interfaith Power and Light. But today, I'm here as a long time, over 50 years, resident of Montgomery County and Washington Gas customer. And I'm concerned about putting Jewish values into practice. On Rosh Hashanah this week, our rabbi emphasized the need to change to respond to changing needs within and across our community. The Warmth Act and the proposed WGL project has the potential to do just that, if it is structured to realistically reflect costs and impact on the community. One approach to reducing costs is to investigate and utilize state and local grants, rebates, and other sources of funding, especially for the inclusion of heat pump hot water heaters and induction stoves. For example, the Department of Housing and Community Development offers rebates for heat pump hot water heaters and induction stoves. PEPCO offers rebates on heat pump hot water heaters through the Empower program. And in Montgomery County, Electrify MC provides support using contractors through Elysian Energy. And although the status of federal funding is unclear, although it sounds a little more positive than I had thought, there may be additional funding available through the ITC, IRA, and the Maryland Energy Administration. We encourage you to include utilization of these sources of funding in your review. As this project moves forward, I want to just reinforce what Bob said, and we need to pay special attention to the needs of our residents in multifamily units. They are the ones who suffer the negative consequences of unhealthy indoor air without the ability to make changes as individuals. This project is important to them, their families, and their community, and they have organized in support of needed changes in the WGL proposal. You're seeing the impact of that organization today, as Joel said, in the eloquent comments of community speakers that you're still going to hear, as well as in the presence of this enthusiastic and concerned audience. It is for that reason that we encourage you in your deliberations to maintain the focus on this pilot in the Northwest Park apartment community. Pirkei Avot, the Jewish teachings of our fathers, teaches us that you are not obligated to finish the work, but neither are you free to desist from it. We strongly support the recommended changes and amendments to the WGL geothermal proposal. This project can be an important pilot to move toward healthier and more efficient energy generation and use. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hoover and Commissioners, for the opportunity to comment. I am Deborah Cohen from Bethesda, Maryland. That's DeborahCohn. And before I start with my real comments, I'm going to wish Joelle and Mona Gemar. And I will spell that one for you too. It's going to be G''MAR, new word, CHATIMAH, new word, TOVA.
And Bonnie.
And Bonnie. And Bonnie. Okay.
Well, and before you complete I just want to wish everybody here a Shana Tova, if it's relevant to you. And I actually feel the burden of being a Jew right now. And so I'm hoping that your comments are going to be less about the religious obligations that we all have. And
No, not at all. Indeed, I am testifying today on behalf of my family, including my toddler grandchildren, all from Montgomery County. I was concerned about pollution from their gas stove. When I provided them data on nitrous oxides, they purchased an induction stove. They could easily afford it. Others, not so. I am here because I want my grandchildren and others to enjoy clean air to breathe and a healthy, livable climate. And I have only 2 points. First, network geothermal energy systems can help Maryland achieve its clean energy and clean heat requirements under the Climate Solutions Now Act and promote grid reliability and energy affordability. These systems are inherently less expensive to operate than other forms of heating and cooling because the difference between underground temperatures and the desired indoor temperature on average is less than the difference between outdoor air temperatures and the desired temperature, both during winter and summer. By requiring less electricity, geothermal energy systems reduce costs to consumers, reduce risk to grid reliability, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The PSC, of course, needs to consider the factors laid out in the Warmth Act. Project design needs to reflect the ambient summer and winter temperatures and the geology here rather than the conditions in other states. Pilots are typically more expensive than subsequent projects, and the PSC should consider the benefits of lessons to be learned. And given Maryland's required reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, investing any more than absolutely necessary to ensure safety and reliability of an aging gas infrastructure risks saddling investors, taxpayers, or customers with stranded assets. Second, network geothermal provides opportunities for the gas industry to adapt to the inevitable phase down of natural gas. The skills and experience of gas company employees can be applied in district geothermal systems, and gas companies can reduce future exposure to stranded assets by investing in geothermal systems on which they can earn a rate of return for a much longer period. As Eversource's president of gas distribution, Bill Ackley, said of the geothermal pilot in Framingham, operating, constructing, and maintaining an underground geothermal network has a lot of parallels to what our industry and employees do every day. This project for us is enabling our group of dedicated employees to see a way forward that we can provide different services in a different way. The PSC has considerable flexibility to approve, modify, or reject a proposal. I urge you to ensure that any approved pilot helps Maryland obtain needed data to determine how network geothermal systems can help us achieve our clean energy requirements and clean heat standards and promote grid reliability and energy affordability. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioner Schlesman?
thank you. This will not be any questions about our Jewish obligations over the next. Although I do wish all of you were fasting, an easy fast. So first, the folks who are from the Northwest Parks Department, can you guys stand again? So all of the folks that are here that would be subject to, right? I know I saw more of you standing, so Okay, so first I want to thank you. Stay standing. I want to thank you for coming today. I mean, we represent you, and so I want you to know that we are here, and our obligation is to keep rates affordable, reliable service, and so it's always a pleasure for me, and I think for our fellow commissioners, to have you here. So again, thank you for coming. Over the course of today and tomorrow, we're going to be asking lots of questions because this is a very important issue for us. We want to make sure that whatever we decide, it's in the best interest of you and the rest of the ratepayers. And so, I want to assure you that your presence here today is very important. And I also encourage you to stay involved. We have a lot of different programs. You've heard us mention Empower. It's a very important program with a lot of money and a lot of money that we give to ratepayers to find ways of lowering your bill. And just to let you know also that geothermal is a very important piece of the puzzle. And I think our focus today is on making sure that whatever we approve in terms of a pilot is going to give us the kinds of results that we need so that you will benefit and so that the rest of the Maryland ratepayers benefit. So I guess I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to thank you for coming today.
Mr. Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly echo my colleague, Commissioner Sushma's comments. It's always wonderful to see members of the public come into the Commission's hearing room and participate in our proceedings, especially when they're not upset with us. So that's always a good thing. For our panelists, there was one question. There were several parties that suggested to us that these pilots, that we should consider going as far as not approving them, either because of financial issues or otherwise. A couple of you suggested that we should be very focused on the financial side. As part of your participation and engagement with the public and your community, have you heard of any customers expressing any concerns about a project of this sort, either because of price or because of the fact that it's new technology? We have had other projects that was new technology and consumers were concerned about it being there, and there were even some that objected to it all the way around. So I'm just curious about both on the price side and about the, I'll just use the word newness of this project.
I'll say that the concerns I hear in our outreach are about the existing gas burning technology and the tremendous health impacts that communities are experiencing. You'll hear more about that on the panel. And the costs, not just the cost on our bills, but the cost to our health when we when folks are, particularly folks who are stuck in rental housing with no choice about having to prepare food for their families in a way that produces harmful levels of nitrogen dioxide. So I want to emphasize that the concerns that are driving our participation today, in my understanding, are mostly about the existing systems and their harms, and the existing expenses and their harms, and the eagerness for clean and healthier alternatives.
And I'll add, in no way did my comments intend to imply that we think the commission should not approve this plan. I've heard no objections from any of the parties about the concept of doing it. My comments came from a place where I have a concern that the price tag in the form of the monthly rate increase over a very short period of time could potentially sour the larger base of users on a technology before it gets off the ground. So my comments were aimed at bringing that initial price tag down and making it less of a burden to the ratepayers so that everyone can have the enthusiasm that we have for this technology, get the data, have a real world application, and hopefully be able to apply it elsewhere in the future.
I would echo what Joelle said. I've more heard concerns about natural gas and the explosions. A lot of people have heard about the explosions that have happened in our county and the people who've been killed. And when they understand that there's no way that the geothermal process, the geothermal system is going to explode, that's another positive in its favor.
And I'll add that when I was talking about the options the Commission has, I was only quoting what's in the Warmth Act. So that was not as a suggestion. What I have heard, and I'm speaking as an individual with all the canvassing that I have done, political canvassing I have done here and in a couple of neighboring states over the last couple years, the one consistent thing I hear is the struggle to make ends meet, and recently the enormous increase in utility prices in PJM in this area. And that's the concern. That's the cost concern that I hear over and over and over again from individuals.
And because so many of us are representing congregations and faith communities, I have to add that there's no one I know who primarily identifies as a ratepayer as their identity, right? Right? We are human beings who want to be able to feed our families in ways that are healthy for them. We are the breathing public. We are all breathe air and need to breathe healthy air to live and thrive. And we are the folks who care about the future of our climate and doing our part. That's why the Climate Solutions Now Act passed through our elected leaders and our democratic process, because a lot of Maryland human beings, not who also are ratepayers, also care about other things too, including pollution. So I understand your zealous defense of ratepayers, but I urge you to remember that we're all also human beings.
Yeah, health has a cost. It's not just and it's hard to quantify sometimes, but it has a cost.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate not just your time here, but your comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McLean. Okay. So, I don't have any specific questions, but I want to reiterate the comments from my colleagues that we appreciate you coming in front of us. And in particular, I know when Delegate Charkoudian introduced the bill, an important factor in her mind was making sure that the utilities reached out with the community and engaged with them in developing the pilot project. And so I know that's a two-way street. I mean, WGL can do all the reach out they can, but if nobody's willing to participate, it's not going to work. And so I congratulate you for being willing to participate with them in the design of the pilot project, and we'll give it every consideration. So, and thank you very much for coming to see us. So.
We'll call up our next group of members of the public who are here with us today. We'll call up Marta Brendan, Nancy Andrade, Sergine Yango with her translator, and Rosemary Marina.
Actually, most important. Yeah, no, I understand, but he actually needs to get one. Yeah, so more so than us.
Okay.
And Ms. Brendan, would you like to get us started?
Certainly. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Marta Brendan. I spell it Marta Brenden. I thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I come to speak on behalf of the Climate Equity Action for Clean Air at Northwest Park in Silver Spring, as my colleagues have been. I'm a member of congregations, not Jewish, by the way, but others. And we support, aim, and represent many faith traditions, which is important because our faith traditions all care about what's happening to everyone, from low income to medium income and so on.
However, today I'm speaking in my own personal capacity. I support efforts to ensure that children and families in Montgomery County have access to clean air for optimal health and well-being. I seek a county where all can thrive and contribute to the greater good of the community. AIM indoor air quality testing has shown just how dangerous the oxidation products from burning natural gas are for residents' health and safety. Dangerous mold and polluted indoor air result in higher incidences of respiratory illnesses in homes, particularly in older, indifferently maintained, poorly ventilated apartments. Children's education suffers from frequent absences due to asthma and other respiratory illnesses. Adults suffer work absences from respiratory illnesses. In other words, these apartment residences are handicapped in their participation in our communities. I have been educated myself from this air quality testing performed by AIM. My home use of gas for my stovetop has oxidation products that are dangerous, although the quality of my gas stovetop reduces that experience by a ventilation fan right over the gas top. I'm supporting this campaign because it gives renters a chance to breathe clean air using innovative technology, networked heat pumps buried in the ground, and at the same time reduces their energy bills. Truly win-win. I also support this effort because it is the right step to take when I know of what harm comes from using natural gas in the home. My faith calls me to address the needs of our community members, all of them. Persons in low-cost renting units are overlooked by those who happen to have access to sufficient money to buy influence with policymakers. My faith tells me that I and my family benefit when all residents at all income levels have equal access to clean air. And I urge you to support the project I come here on behalf. Thank you very much.
Ms. Andrade, would you like to go next?
Buenas tardes a todos. Soy Nancy Andrades, Nancy, Nadrde. Llevo viviendo 11 años en la comunidad de Nuevo Espar. Una de las razones principales por la que me interesó este proyecto es por la salud mía y la de mis hijos. Este año me uní a un equipo de líderes comunitarios que estamos haciendo prueba del dióxido de nitrógeno, carbono y metano para analizar la contaminación dentro de nuestros hogares. He aprendido que cada uno de estos gases tiene efectos graves en la salud. Y esto no lo digo yo, hay investigaciones que muestran que el 42% de niños que viven en hogares con gas natural son más propensos a enfermedades respiratorias como el asma. Hoy también están aquí médicos expertos que lo pueden confirmar. Por eso los vecinos de Nuevo Espar queremos aprender a acceder a nuevas tecnologías como las redes geotérmicas, ya que se han implementado en otras partes del país, y para mí este proyecto que llegue a nuestro barrio es un gran logro. No solo representa un cambio para nosotros, sino también para todo Maryland, porque abre la puerta a que otras comunidades puedan beneficiarse. Y esto especialmente importa para los inquilinos. Nosotros no podemos decidir sobre las condiciones de nuestros apartamentos, pero sí merecemos la misma equidad y justicia que ya disfrutan muchos dueños de casa en el estado. Este proyecto también significa un alivio económico. Sabemos que las redes geotérmicas ayudan a reducir las facturas de energía a largo plazo. En comunidades como la nuestra, donde cada dólar cuenta, esto puede hacer la diferencia enorme a las familias. Quiero resaltar que Nuevo Espar no es solo una comunidad afectada por la contaminación. Somos una comunidad organizada, visionaria y lista para liderar soluciones innovadoras. Este proyecto nos da la oportunidad de ser un ejemplo para todo el estado de lo que se puede lograr cuando se combina justicia ambiental, salud y ahorro económico. Este proyecto no es solo un proyecto abstracto, es una oportunidad real para demostrar que Maryland puede lidiar en la protección de las familias y al mismo tiempo en la lucha contra el cambio climático. Si se aprueba con verdadera atención a las necesidades de la comunidad de Northwest Park, pueden convertirse en un ejemplo de justicia. De lo contrario, será una oportunidad perdida. Detrás de cada número en esta propuesta hay una familia. Detrás de cada detalle técnico hay un niño respirando este aire. La comisión no solo está decidiendo sobre tuberías y costos, está decidiendo si nuestros hijos pueden crecer en hogares sin polución al aire. Quiero terminar con un mensaje de esperanza y de urgencia. Hoy la comisión tiene la oportunidad de hacer historia. Aprobar este proyecto no es solo apoyar tuberías, es apoyar vidas. No hacerlo sería darle la espalda a los niños de Northwest Park y de Maryland. Pero yo sé que ustedes, con su decisión, pueden demostrar que cada familia merece un hogar sano, seguro y digno. Esto es nuestra oportunidad de transformar un problema en esperanza y de poner a Maryland en el mapa nacional como un líder en justicia climática y energética. Gracias.
Good afternoon. I'll be translating for Nancy Andrade. I've been living in Northwest Park community for 11 years. One of the main reasons I became interested in this project is the health of my children and myself. This year, I joined a team of community leaders conducting tests for nitrogen dioxide, carbon, and methane to analyze the pollution inside of our homes. I've learned that each of these gases has serious health effects, and it's not just me saying this. Research shows that 42% of children living in homes with natural gas are more likely to develop respiratory illnesses like asthma. Today, there are also medical experts here who can confirm this. That's why the residents of Northwest Park want to learn about and have access to new technologies like geothermal networks, which have already been implemented in other parts of the country. For me, having this project come to our neighborhood would be a huge achievement. It wouldn't just represent a change for us, but for all of Maryland, because it opens the door for other communities to benefit as well. And this is especially important for renters. We cannot decide the conditions of our apartments, but we still deserve the same equity and justice that many homeowners in this state already enjoy. This project also represents financial relief. We know that geothermal networks help reduce energy bills in the long term. In communities like ours, where every dollar counts, this can make a huge difference for families. I want to emphasize that Northwest Park is not just a community affected by pollution. We are an organized, visionary community ready to lead with innovative solutions. This project gives us the opportunity to be an example for the entire state of what can be achieved when environmental justice, health, and economic savings come together. This project is not an abstract pilot. It's a real opportunity to show that Maryland can lead in protecting families while also fighting climate change. If it's approved with true attention to community needs, Northwest Park can become an example of justice. Otherwise, it'll be a missed opportunity. Behind every number in this proposal, there's a family. Behind every technical detail, there's a child breathing in this air. The Commission is not just deciding on pipes and costs. It is deciding whether our children can grow up in homes without air pollution. I want to end with a message of hope and urgency. Today, the Commission has the opportunity to make history. Approving this project is not just supporting pipes, it's supporting lives. Not doing so would be turning your back on the children of Northwest Park and of Maryland. But I know that you, through your decision, can show that every family deserves a healthy, safe, and dignified home. This is our chance to turn a problem into hope and to put Maryland on the national map as a leader in energy and climate justice.
Ms. Yango?
Bon après-midi, membres de la commission. Je m'appelle Sergine Yango. S-E-R-J-I-N-I Y-A-N-G-O. Je suis membre de l'association des locataires de l'enclave, où je vis depuis 15 ans. Pendant tout ce temps, je me suis consacrée non seulement à améliorer la vie de ma famille, mais aussi celle de toute ma communauté. L'enclave se compose de 3 immeubles, chacun avec 380 appartements. Des milliers de familles y vivent. Infirmières, enseignants, employés de banque, travailleurs du commerce de détail et bien d'autres. Ce sont de vieux bâtiments, mais ce sont nos foyers. Il y a 2 ans, j'ai rejoint d'autres résidents pour mesurer les niveaux de dioxyde d'azote, NO2, à l'intérieur de nos appartements. Les résultats étaient alarmants. Plus de 220 parties par milliard à l'intérieur, alors que l'EPA considère qu'à l'extérieur, même 100 parties par milliard est déjà extrêmement élevé. Cela signifie que l'air à l'intérieur de nos maisons est plus pollué qu'à l'extérieur. Nous savons que l'exposition du gaz est liée à l'asthme, aux maladies respiratoires et aux maladies pulmonaires. Imaginez ce que signifie pour nous, pour nos enfants et nos parents âgés. Chaque fois que nous allumons nos cuisinières, nous libérons du poison dans nos foyers. Même les familles à faible revenu ont le droit de respirer un air pur. Je n'oublierai pas non plus qu'il y a 2 ans, une fuite de gaz a obligé Washington Gas à couper le service. Nous avons vécu sans gaz pendant plusieurs mois, une épreuve terrible. Je suis convaincu qu'avec une énergie propre et électrique, cela ne serait pas arrivé. C'est pourquoi nous soutenons fermement le projet de réseau géothermique à Northwest Park. Passer du méthane à une énergie propre et électrique signifie des foyers plus sains, la dignité pour les familles et un véritable accès à une énergie moderne. Merci de nous donner l'occasion de prendre la parole et d'être entendus aujourd'hui. Membres de la commission, notre avenir en tant que locataire de logements anciens est entre vos mains. Nous vous exhortons à choisir une énergie renouvelable, juste et équitable pour tous. Merci.
Good afternoon. My name is Adama, A-D-A-M-A. I will be reading Sergin's comment in English. My name is Sergin Yango. I'm a member of the Enclave Tenant Association, where I lived for 15 years. During this time, I have dedicated myself not only to improve lives for my family, but also to my entire community. The Enclave is made up with 3 buildings. Each of the buildings have 380 apartments. Thousands of families live there. Nurses, teachers, bank employees, retail workers, and many others. These buildings may be old, but they are our home. 2 years ago, I joined other residents in measuring nitrogen dioxide level inside our apartment. The results were alarming. Over 220 parts per billion indoor, when the EPA considered even 100 parts per billion outdoor to be extremely high. This means that the air inside our home is more polluted than the air outside. We know that exposure to gas is linked to asthma, respiratory illness, and lung disease. Imagine what this means to our children, to our elderly parents. Every time we turn on our stoves, we are releasing poison into our home. Even low-income families have the right to breathe clean air. I also cannot forget when 2 years ago, a gas leak forced Washington Gas to shut off the service. We live with fear of explosion and anxiety, constant anxiety for more than a month, a terrible hardship. I'm convinced that with a clean electric energy, this would not have happened. This is why we strongly support the network geothermal project in Northwest Park. Transitioning from methane to clean electric energy means healthier home, dignity for families, and the real access to modern energy. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak and to be heard today. Member of the Commission, our future has a tenant living in older housing rests in your hand. We urge you to choose renewable energy that is fair and equitable for all. Thank you.
Ms. Marina?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosemary Mrina, Rosemary. My last name Mrina. And I've been a tenant and a community leader in Miami County for 7 years. I live in Cider Mill Apartments. I live currently, in an old apartment building with a gas stove. And I organize with my neighbors as part of a tenant association to advocate for safer and healthier homes. Recently, I had my apartment tested for nitrogen dioxide, and the results were shocking. It was about 143 parts per billion. So we tested more than 200 units, and the level inside our homes were higher than what the EPA says is safe for outdoor. Over 100 parts per billion, but this is what we breathe in every day inside our homes. A study, my colleague has mentioned about 43% of respiratory illnesses, but what I have looked only for asthma, childhood-associated asthmas, the unclean inside air contributed about 12.7%, and this study was conducted in the US, and it's attributed to about stove gas that contribute to this amount of asthma in children. So if you look at it, asthma in children, respiratory illnesses, missing schools, hospital attendance, parents not going to work, so the list goes on and on. In large apartment complexes like Cider Mill, which has over 864 units, many residents are exposed to these same conditions. The buildings are old, and we constantly inhale unsafe air. And it's not just a physical health risk. We could also look at other parts of mental health, which include stress, anxiety, and fear, knowing that gas explosions have happened in Miami County in the past. We'll have that fear simply because we have no other options, especially when you are a renter and not a homeowner who can choose to change to electric. That decision is made for us where we live when we are renters. And the health consequences is what we are embarked with. That's why I'm here today at my own personal capacity, supporting the project in Northwest Park Apartment and the idea of expanding clean energy solutions like networked geothermal. If it's possible there, I believe it's also possible in other communities where we live and we call it home. So saying this, it's about making sure that renters, families, and working class people are not left behind in the transition to cleaner and safer homes. We all deserve living, breathing healthier air, living in safe buildings, and also have a say in our future. Thank you.
Okay, everybody? Okay. Mr. Linton, any questions? Mr. Sussman?
No questions, but thank you for being here today. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going to say the same thing. And I actually really appreciate everybody's comments, and we're going to be taking all of that to heart. And I particularly appreciate your comment about leaving nobody behind. I mean, and I've made these comments in the Empower proceeding about sort of really sort of great projects and great opportunities that are only available for people who have money. And so I'm very mindful of making sure that everybody can participate in the new energy technologies. So thank you very much.
No questions, but thank you very much for coming down from Montgomery County, spending the day here with us. Appreciate it.
Well, on behalf of myself and the other commissioners, again, I thank you for taking your time to come and talk to us and alerting us to the other concerns related to this issue that we need to keep in mind, and we will be considering that as we review these proposals and make our decision. So, thanks a lot.
We'll call up our final 3 members of the public to offer some comments today. Carrie Britt, Amber Merrill, and Gwen Dubois.
I'm going to be presenting Ms. Britt's comments. She couldn't be here. Good afternoon. My name is Rob Neuter. That's R-O-B, last name N-O-O-T-E-R. And I've been asked to present the comments of Carrie Britt, C-A-R-R-I-E, last name B-R-I-T-T. Carrie was unable to be here today, but she is a 30-year resident of Columbia, Maryland, and a member of the First Baptist Church of Guilford. Carrie is an active participant in PATH, which is People Acting Together in Howard County. And PATH is one of 3 county-focused social justice organizations, along with Action in Montgomery and ACT, which is Anne Arundel Connecting Together. These organizations have joined together to create the Maryland Just Power Alliance. So you can see my t-shirt representing the 3 groups working together. The Just Power Alliance is an organization that advocates for better policies in areas as extensive as climate change, environment, housing, education, and health. Carrie, as a registered nurse, is concerned by the health risks associated with gas heating, water heating, and cooking. Worsening asthma in children and the risk of respiratory and cardiovascular symptoms in the elderly and chronic disease populations can increase emergency room visits and hospitalizations, which drive up healthcare costs, as well as the personal costs to those affected. Columbia, Maryland is known for being innovative and forward-thinking. Carrie is in support of the pilot site in Oakland Mills, as well as the Northwest Park pilot. There is an ice skating rink at Oakland Mills and an opportunity to make sure that the best technology is available for all socioeconomic levels. Best regards, Carrie Britt.
My name is Amber Merrill, A-M-B-E-R-M-E-R-R-E-L-L. I am a resident of Montgomery County. I am a Washington Gas customer, and I hold a master's degree in environmental sciences and policy from Johns Hopkins University. I want to thank the Commission for opening public comment for this hearing. It's vitally important to receive feedback from the community, and I really appreciate this step. I would like to acknowledge that one of the greatest strengths of the Warmth Act is its dedication to affordability for renters. The Warmth Act does stipulate that participants in these pilot projects, who are majority renters, will not pay more for their energy bills than they would without the pilot. Environmental justice means that everyone, regardless of race, color, background, or income, has the right to a safe and healthy environment. Too often, environmental and health improvements are cost prohibitive, resulting in the wealthy having access to the cleanest air, water, and soil, while those from marginalized communities and those without access resources live, work, and cook in unhealthy conditions. I applaud the efforts of the Warmth Act to bring us closer to environmental justice, and I ask the Commission to also ensure that there is not undue financial burden on other Washington Gas customers not participating in this pilot. Washington Gas's proposal includes cost recovery over 2 years, which is expected to add $5 to $8 per gas bill. Some customers with financial privilege may not notice this increase. Others may notice it but be happy to pay it, knowing it advances clean energy. But for many others, every single dollar counts. Considering that the geothermal infrastructure that would be built has a lifespan of 20 or more years, I ask that the Commission not only work with Washington Gas to reduce overall costs, but also increase the cost recovery period, which will ease the financial burden of non-participant customers. If we care about environmental justice and equity, which I believe the Warmth Act is attempting to work towards, we must ensure that no ratepayer is burdened by these policies. I would also like to mention that many of our neighbors at Northwest Park Apartments who are here today are Spanish speaking. As these are tenants who will be most affected by Washington Gas's proposal, I respectfully ask the Commission to provide interpretation services at future proceedings. I encourage us all to work together to remove barriers to participation, especially for our neighbors who will be the participants in the very pilot projects that we're discussing. So in closing, I support the Warmth Act and the network geothermal pilot projects. I ask the Public Service Commission to ensure the best version of these proposals are accepted. And the best versions are the ones that ensure affordability for everyone. So thank you for your time and attention and for working to make our community a better place for everyone.
Hi, my name is Dr. Gwen DuBois. We anglicize it, capital D-U-B as in brother, O-I-S. I'm president of Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility statewide. We have over 800 supporters, and we are addressing the life-threatening risks of climate crisis, nuclear weapons, and the toxics seen through a lens of environmental, social, and racial justice. That doesn't leave too much out, does it? So I'm going to talk a little bit about the health consequences because that's really, the background that I bring to this. So natural gas, as you all probably know, is not just methane. Non-methane volatile organic compounds, including benzene and 20 other hazardous air pollutants, were collected in a Boston study published in 2022 from Harvard. And number two, benzene indoor from gas stoves is not good. It's a carcinogen. Benzene damages chromosomes in humans, and no safe level of exposure can be recommended. There's increased incidence of leukemia, especially acute myeloid leukemia. Number three, methane leaks when stoves are off. Now, this was a Stanford study, again in 2022. Almost all of them leaked when off. Most of the methane emitted occurred when the burner was off. Extrapolating from this data, the authors concluded that the annual methane emissions from all gas stoves in the U.S. homes have a climate impact comparable to the annual carbon dioxide emissions of 500,000 cars. And that's when the stoves are off. Combustion emissions are important because burning gas creates a different set of health-harming indoor air pollutants. Fine particulate matter, carbon monoxide, and what I'm going to talk about, and you've heard about, is nitrogen dioxide. And that's because the main indoor source of nitrogen dioxide is unvented gas appliances. So it is the best combustion pollutant to look at with regards to the harms of heating with gas. There were two studies. I'm from Baltimore, out of Hopkins Bayview Clinic. Is studies from a group of indoor city, predominantly African-American, inner-city preschool children with asthma. 12% of the homes in the study used gas for heat. The authors felt that was a likely correlate of extreme poverty. Nitrogen dioxide concentrations were higher in homes with gas stoves and in homes with gas heaters. And where stoves, ovens, or space heaters were used in winter for heat, the levels were especially high. And these higher nitrogen dioxide concentrations were associated with statistically significant increases in respiratory symptoms. I just want to stop here for a minute, and we talk about cost. Individuals bear these costs. The children, and medications, doctor visits, the parents missing work. So there are costs that aren't captured when we think of, the costs of this project. And if it reduces these costs, that I wish there was a way to incorporate that into the cost savings. A meta-analysis from the Netherlands looked directly at the association between gas stoves and childhood asthma, found children in homes with gas stoves have a 42% increased risk of experiencing asthma symptoms, a 24% increased risk of ever being diagnosed with asthma, and 32% increased risk of both current and lifetime asthma. That was 2013. The American Lung Association, again in 2022, had a literature review. Appliances using combustion, because it's combustion that creates nitrogen dioxide. So appliances using combustion to create energy can increase asthma symptoms in children and other vulnerable populations. They concluded indoor exposure to emissions from cooking on gas stoves can worsen asthma symptoms, cause wheezing, result in reduced lung function in children, particularly in the absence of ventilation, and for children living with asthma or allergies. And the final study is a report that elicited a political firestorm in 2022. It estimated that 12.7% of current asthma in children may be attributed to the use of gas stoves, and hence this percent could possibly be preventable. Anyway, gas stoves, in conclusion, leak methane, which is bad for the environment, but also other non-methane volatile organic compounds, some of which are hazardous, like the carcinogen benzene. In addition to the toxic compounds that leak into the indoor environment, when the stove or unvented indoor gas appliances are off, combustion that occurs when cooking at high temperatures creates air pollutants with concerning health effects. Most well documented is the production of nitrogen dioxide when cooking, and linking both to asthma symptoms in children. As much as 12.7% of childhood asthma, the paper I referenced, is possibly preventable. The environmental justice part of this problem is that small kitchens, lack of venting, poor air exchange, and using gas stoves for heating in the winter are all associated with higher levels of indoor nitrogen oxide and low income. In addition, renters with unvented gas appliances can't make the changes that would reduce their children's exposure. The obvious conclusion is that having housing without gas appliances, especially those that are unvented, could lead to less asthma symptoms in children. There would be less toxic volatile organic compounds coming into residences like benzene, and there would be less climate-forcing methane leaking into the environment. Thank you for having the opportunity to share this with you.
Okay. Commissioner McLean.
No questions, but thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Sussman.
No questions, but thank you. And sometimes I leave the bench and I'm like overwhelmed with fear. But that's not your problem.
Commissioner Litton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions, but I also express my thanks for you being here today. This has been an important component of issues we have to consider, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
So one question for me on the studies you've done on natural gas. Have you had discussions with MDE about these environmental concerns related to natural gas usage?
I haven't. What we did is I presented a PowerPoint at MedChi, the Maryland Medical Association.
I see.
So what we do is try to educate physicians, but also part of Chesapeake PSR's advocacy where we have an opportunity, and so I'm grateful for this opportunity.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Next up, we'll hear from a panel representing Action in Montgomery and Interfaith Power and Light of DC, Maryland, and Northern Virginia.
Thank you so much. Gracias. So we have to spell our name. I think you should be okay because the court reporter has the agenda. Perfect. You should be okay. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Susan Miller, and I represent Action in Montgomery and Interfaith Power and Light in this proceeding. First of all, I just wanted to point out you were given a packet of the testimony of some of the public comments. We'll file that in the docket after the proceeding. With me today are Elizabeth Burnell Amick, a community organizer at AIM, Anna Artigallo, resident of the Northwest Park Apartments, and Reverend Catherine Manhart, who will be the interpreter for Anna, and Zach Williams from the Physicians for Social Responsibility. At this point, I'll turn it over to Elizabeth.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Bernal Amick, and I'm an organizer with Action in Montgomery, AIM. And I'm really glad you guys didn't ask me to spell my name because it's really difficult to do it in English for me. At this table with me are Anna and Reverend Catherine, who are both community leaders and AIM volunteers, and Zach, representing Physicians for Social Responsibility, and Susan. Today we are representing AIM, a broad-based community power organization rooted in Montgomery County's neighbors and congregations, and also Interfaith Power and Light, or IPL, a network of faith communities committed to environmental stewardship and impactful climate action. Both organizations have over 25 years of experience working with Maryland communities and the wider DMV region. Oh, sorry, we have a presentation. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. Together, AIM and IPL have spent the past several years working at the intersection of health, housing, and energy, testing air pollution in people's homes, educating families, passing the Warmth Act, meeting with Washington Gas, and now preparing for the pilot project before you. That is why the Maryland Energy Administration select us to lead the community outreach for this pilot. And as you were able to see, we take that job really seriously. Next slide, please. In our tenant organizing, we have identified incredibly community leaders who make up what we call our testing team. These are mostly women, mothers, who go door to door in their neighborhoods, talking with their neighbors, measuring levels of indoor air pollutants like NO2, CO, and methane, and helping families to understand what those results means. These measurements are not just about numbers. They are an opportunity to listen to families' concerns and to dream together about healthier and safer homes. I will share with you 7 different ways in which we have engaged with the residents with joy and creativity to ensure they are informed about the pilot. We have created multilingual materials to explain what geothermal energy is and how network systems works, and what does that mean from communities. We have conducted 3 rounds of door knocking over the past months. I don't know if you guys know, but Northwest Park has over 900 units, so it takes a long time to do door knocking there. Distributing information and gathering questions from families. We have supported parents at school-sponsored food markets. We attended back to school nights and events at congregations to share about the project. Even hosted induction cooking demonstrations where I personally learned how to make tortillas from Salvadorian families using new technologies already available for families. Together with Washington Gas, we organized a community meeting called our Clean Energy Party, attended by over 50 people. We are grateful that Washington Gas took this step to meet directly with tenants and listen to their concerns, and we hope this is the first of many opportunities to engage in this way. During that event, we invited partners to explain the project, divide into small groups, and gather questions, and then came back together to respond collectively. Next slide, please. We have built a climate team made up of tenants and congregation members. Doctors, nurses, physician assistants, clergy leaders, engineers, professors, lawyers, parents, accountants, and more. Together, we have met with subject matter experts like heat and physicians for social responsibility, as well as local and state officials managing the Inflation Reduction Act rebate programs. We study the science and the policies so we can then share accurate information with renters who are directly impacted. Across Maryland and Washington, D.C., we have now conducted over 3,000 home air quality measurements. And in Northwest Park alone, over 200 apartments have been tested, and not a single one has come back under the Environmental Protection Agency's recommended safe threshold for outdoors. Next slide, please. The primary reason we do this work is because of health. Anna, Reverend Catherine, and Zach will each share more about this in their testimonies. But let me state a very simple truth. The center of every conversation about this project must be the Maryland families. I don't think this is an extra thing to be considered. I think this should be the center of this conversation. Whether this pilot succeeds will not be measured only technical details or in budgets. It will be measured in whether children can breathe clean air at home, whether tenants feel safe from leaks and explosions, and whether families finally experience the dignity of a healthy housing. Next slide, please. As a community organizer, I know the Maryland Energy Administration wants to test whether projects like these are possible for our communities, whether Maryland is ready to take this leap in the clean energy transition. And our answer is yes. Maryland is ready because our communities are ready. We are already working with utilities and landlords to make this happen, placing people at the center of the transition and building pathways to good green jobs for Marylanders. This is a real equity conversation. First, new constructions in Montgomery County are already required to have electric appliances. We don't want to leave low-income families behind. Second, electrification is an option for homeowners in Montgomery County through the Electrify MC. That is not the case for renters. This is the opportunity of the Warmth Act to give this option to low-income and middle-income renters. That's why we encourage you to prioritize all constructions, because those are the buildings where low-income families live in Maryland. And you can see that readiness. I was saying we are ready. You can see that readiness here at this room. You were able to see it. Families and congregations from across Maryland have come today because they want to be part of this transformation. Even some of us drive 2 hours to be here. Moving forward, we hope the PSC will publish agendas earlier so that even more people can fully participate. But what matters is that all of us, communities, utilities, and this commission, continue working together to make this transition possible for Maryland. Now, if you want to, next slide, please. Thank you. I know Washington Gas proposal is not perfect. Believe me, I know. But I like to say it's not perfect yet. For example, it leaves out induction stoves, which are more efficient and healthier than traditional electric coils. The Inflation Reduction Act actually provides up to $840 in rebates for induction appliances, and Maryland families deserve access to those options too. Low-income families are asking for equity and justice, and this proposal is a start, I will say. That's why we are asking you, commissioners, to please approve this project, but with real attention to community needs, with requirements for improvements for real, and with a proper, clear, and transparent system of data registration to allow other communities in Maryland and in other parts of the country to replicate this. This is big. We really are urging you to move forward with this. When I think about this project, I remember my grandfather in Garagoa, Boyacá, Colombia. He used to cook with wood. And then I remember he has like big propane tanks. They were red, and I was really scared of playing around that. And today my mom in Bogota, Colombia, she's still cooking with natural gas. And now I think about this country living here, and I think about us being the leaders in new technologies. That's what we all think about this country. That's what we feel really proud living here, isn't it? So the world has not stopped, and it will not stop here. This project is about my generation and the generations that will come after me. So, honorable commissioners, are you ready to join us? Because we're ready to go. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Before Anna starts, I just want you to know that you have her statements in your packet as well.
My name is Ana Arqueta.
Can you pull the mic a little closer to you?
Su merced se puede acercar un poquito.
Yeah.
Se puede mover.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
My name is Ana Arqueta. It's spelled A-N-A-R-A-R-G-U-E-T-A. Gracias, Elizabeth. Buenas tardes, honorables miembros de la comisión. Mi nombre es Ana Argueta nuevamente. Soy residente de Northwest Park desde hace 16 años. Soy miembro de la Junta de nuestra Asociación de Inquilinos. Estoy aquí para compartir nuestra visión. La oportunidad de tener hogares con aires limpios, con tecnologías modernas que nos permitan una mejor calidad de vida, donde podamos ser beneficiados con la equidad. En el año 2014, estando embarazada, pensé en darle a mi hijo un futuro mejor. Durante años, junto a mis vecinos y voluntarios de congregaciones, hemos luchado para mejorar las condiciones en los apartamentos que fueron construidos hace más de 60 años. Confiamos en ustedes para que este proyecto sea aprobado y se haga realidad nuestra visión. Voy a explicar lo que está ocurriendo en nuestros apartamentos, pero quiero que comprendan que estas condiciones también afectan a otras comunidades en el estado de Maryland. La EPA recomienda que el nivel saludable del dióxido de nitrógeno en el aire exterior no supere a 0.100 partes por mil millón. En más de 200 apartamentos de Northwest Park hemos realizado mediciones con equipos adecuados. Ninguno de los 200 apartamentos tenía un nivel inferior a 0.100 partes por mil millones. En mi cocina, la medición más reciente fue de 0.400 partes por mil millones. En estos números no son teoría, son los resultados que nuestras familias y sobre todo nuestros niños están respirando aire contaminado que los enferma gravemente. Un ejemplo, y es si una madre que vive en Northwest Park tiene un niño de 13 años que fue diagnosticado con asma a los 7 años. Ha tenido que mudarse de apartamento 2 veces por recomendación médica y trabajadores sociales, debido a la mala calidad del aire. Cada día su hijo necesita inhaladores y nebulizadores diarios, lo que significa que los niños pierden la escuela. Si la comisión quiere hablar de costos, los invito a que también calculen el costo de asma del asma. Este proyecto piloto presenta una posible solución, un camino para atraer electrodomésticos que no contaminen. Queremos estufas de inducción porque son más eficientes energéticamente y reducen la factura mensual y son más seguras. Como inquilinos, no podemos decidir sobre muchas de las condiciones técnicas de nuestros apartamentos. Por eso fue tan importante para nosotros que Key Management, empresa dueña de nuestros edificios, decidió apoyar esta iniciativa. Nos demuestra que el proyecto es posible y que nos traerá nuevas oportunidades a las familias multiculturales que habitamos en ella. Esperamos que expertos de Washington Gas, gracias por colaborar con la Fiesta de Energía Limpias como socios en este proyecto. Les pedimos que redoblen esfuerzo. Los invitamos a participar en las conversaciones de la comunidad y compartir su experiencia con los vecinos. Si se suman a estas conversaciones, podrán ayudar a usar mejores los recursos del estado de Maryland. Hoy me dirijo a ustedes, miembros de esta comisión, no solo como Ana Argueta, sino como la voz de los inquilinos. Nuestra salud y nuestra dignidad depende de las decisiones que ustedes, los comisionados, tomarán en los próximos meses. Quiero que recuerden cuando regresen a sus oficinas después de esta audiencia. Mis vecinos irán a sus casas a cocinar y calentar y a enfriar nuestros hogares con gas. Y continuaremos respirando el aire contaminado. La urgencia de esta decisión es promover la justicia social. Gracias por su tiempo. Le paso la palabra a la reverenda Catherine Manhart.
Hello, I am the Reverend Catherine Manhart, Catherine-Manhardt. I serve at St. James Episcopal Church in Potomac. I have chosen to support this project because, like Anna, I am also a Montgomery County resident who rents an apartment in an older building with a gas-burning stove. And I care deeply about exploring healthier, safer options for tenants in Maryland. This is not only about climate or technology, it is about protecting the health of our families and our communities. I will now read in English what Anna just shared. Thank you, Elizabeth. Good afternoon, honorable members of this commission. My name is Anna Argueta, and I've been a resident of Northwest Park for 16 years. I serve on the board of our Tenants Association. I'm here to share our vision, the opportunity to have homes with clean air and modern technologies that allow us to live healthier, better lives. Back in 2014, when I was pregnant, I began thinking about giving my child a better future. For years, together with my neighbors and volunteers from congregations, we've fought to improve the conditions in our apartments, which were built more than 60 years ago. We are placing our trust in you to approve this project and to help make our vision a reality. I'm going to explain what is happening in our apartments. But I want you to understand that these conditions also affect other communities throughout the state of Maryland. The EPA recommends that healthy levels of nitrogen dioxide in outdoor air should not exceed 100 parts per billion. In over 200 apartments in Northwest Park, we conducted measurements using the proper equipment. Not one of these 200 apartments had a nitrogen dioxide level below 100 parts per billion. In my own kitchen, the most recent reading was 400 parts per billion. These numbers are not just theory. They reflect the reality that our families, and especially our children, are breathing polluted air that is seriously harming their health. Here's one example. Jessie, a mother who lives in Northwest Park, has a 13-year-old son who was diagnosed with asthma at age 7. She's had to move apartments twice on the advice of doctors and social workers because of poor indoor air quality. Every day, her son relies on inhalers and nebulizers. And because of the health consequences of indoor air pollution, he is also, kids like Jesse's son are also missing school. If the commission wants to talk about costs, I invite you also to calculate the cost of asthma. This pilot project offers a possible solution, a path to bringing in appliances that don't pollute. We want induction stoves because they are more energy efficient, reduce our monthly bills, and are safer. As tenants, we don't have control over many of the technical aspects of our apartments. That's why it means so much to us that K Management, the company that owns our buildings, decided to support this initiative. It shows us that the project is possible and that it will bring new opportunities to the diverse families of Northwest Park. To the experts from Washington Gas, thank you for collaborating with us on the Clean Energy Party. As partners in this project, we ask that you redouble your efforts. We invite you to join the conversations happening in our community and to share your expertise with our neighbors. By taking part in these discussions, you can help ensure that Maryland's resources are used in the best way possible to improve people's lives. Today I speak to you, members of the Commission, not just as Anna, but as the voice of the tenants. Our health and our dignity depend on the decisions that you, our commissioners, will make in the coming months. I want you to remember, when you return to your office after this hearing, my neighbors will go back to their homes to cook, to heat, and to cool their apartments using gas, and they will continue breathing polluted air. The urgency of this decision is to promote social justice. Thank you for your time. I now hand it over to Zach Williams.
Sorry, can we go to the slide next? Next. That was for Anna's from her story. Next. Sorry. Thank you so much. Next. And next. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zach Williams, ZACH WILLIAMS, and I'd like to thank the chair and all of the commissioners and all of the other PSC staff for taking the time and creating the opportunity for us to speak today. I hold a master's of public health from New York University, have nearly a decade of experience in climate science, public health advocacy, and environmental health program management, and am currently the Associate Director of Environment and Health at Physicians for Social Responsibility National, otherwise known as PSR. PSR is a nonprofit composed of over 22,000 physician and health professional members where we educate, engage, and elevate the health impacts of climate change, environmental degradation, and nuclear weapons production. I'm here today not to feed a fed horse, but I am here today to talk about the health impacts of methane gas use indoors, which we've heard a lot about today. While we know that the building sector is a huge contributor of greenhouse gas emissions in the United States with a whopping 600 million tons of carbon dioxide each year, the methane gas that is pumped into buildings for heat, cooking, and other purposes poses an even greater threat in the short term. Methane gas is a more potent greenhouse gas than CO2, trapping 80 times more heat over a 20-year period. Methane is a major contributor to climate change, but it has an even more localized impact when we burn methane indoors. Next slide, please. When we combust methane, multiple pollutants are produced, but namely there are three primary ones: nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter. Next slide, please. Nitrogen dioxide contributes to the development of asthma, aggravated asthma, and increased susceptibility to respiratory infections. It is also associated with negative general cognitive functioning. Carbon monoxide has neurological effects such as fatigue, impaired vision, reduced brain function, dizziness, confusion, nausea, and can also cause you to fall into a coma. Folks with heart disease can experience chest pain, and of course carbon monoxide can lead to carbon monoxide poisoning, which can either be fatal or lead to permanent injury or disability following a poisoning event. And lastly, particulate matter. This aggravates asthma and stunts lung development. It can increase the risk of heart attacks, arrhythmias, and congestive heart failure, and can also increase the risk of ischemic stroke and developmental delays. Next slide, please. Thank you. Whether it's a gas-burning stove, gas-burning furnace, gas-burning boiler, or a gas-burning fireplace, any residential appliance that burns methane gas to operate releases these air pollutants as byproducts of that chemical reaction. What's even more concerning is that even when not in use, studies like the one on the screen have shown that appliances leak not only methane, but also benzene. My colleague, Dr. Du Bois, talked about this. Benzene is a carcinogen which can cause damage to the neurological and cardiovascular systems, and at long enough exposure can also cause leukemia. Benzene is a component of BTEX, which is benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene, which studies show all leak out of gas-burning stoves when shut off. BTEX is also a component of secondhand smoke. So when you have a gas-burning appliance in your home, it is like having a chain-smoking roommate who smokes 24/7 in your kitchen. So those are all of the awful things that happens to the human body when we are exposed to methane gas pollutants. But the exposure data also shows that more often than not, we are being exposed to dangerous levels of these pollutants when we are using gas-burning appliances in our homes. Next slide, please. Since we don't have indoor air quality standards, over on the left you will see the EPA's outdoor standards for nitrogen dioxide as a reference. The EPA standard for NO2 is 100 parts per billion, meaning that being around anything above 100 parts per billion for longer than an hour is dangerous to your health. The Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory also found that when using a gas stove in a home that's less than 1,000 square feet with no ventilation, the outdoor air quality standard is exceeded 100% of the time. This is backed up by AIM's NO2 monitoring in their homes and apartments, and there are over 200 readings showing levels closer to 400 to 600 parts per billion. And to just show you that visually, next slide please. Here is a graph I pulled from that Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory study, highlighted in yellow and circled. That is the EPA's 100 parts per billion standard. The red line is the NO2 levels measured in the kitchen, and the blue line is the NO2 levels measured in a hallway or bedroom farther away from the kitchen. And the pink shaded regions are the amount of time that the stovetop or the oven was in use. And as you can see, as soon as you turn on that gas stove or your oven, that NO2 level skyrockets above what the EPA says is healthy and good for humans to be around. So, just to prove that visually with a little bit of science. And lastly, Washington Gas's networked geothermal pilot project is a promising start and has the capacity to alleviate some of the Northwest Park Tenant Association's health concerns if the pilot is improved to include induction cooktops and other 21st century electric appliances and implemented in an equitable, transparent way that can be replicated across the state. I highly advocate for their pilot program to be approved with improvements in the interest of public health and a healthy climate. And before I close, just to not read my script anymore, the little pitch I give about this is we've done this before with other public health concerns. We don't smoke on planes anymore. We don't have lead in our paint anymore. We hopefully, in however many years it takes, will say we don't have methane gas in our homes anymore. So just to keep that analog in your mind of other public health crises that we've faced. And thank you so much for your time.
I would just like to bring up one point, based particularly on what Dr. Du Bois said, that where she said she wished that you could consider these health effects. You actually can. The Warmth Act specifically says that in considering the projected costs and benefits, you're supposed to consider societal benefits. And societal benefits typically are the health effects and the environmental effects. So the Commission can weigh those when judging the cost effectiveness of this pilot. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Sushman.
I have no questions, but thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually do have a question, and it is for, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Ms. Bernal Emick.
Yes.
Okay, good, good. You're the community organizer. You're the person I've been hoping I would hear from today.
I kind of know your question, very, but you can go on.
Okay, well, I wanted to know, because you testified earlier that you spent a lot of time doing community outreach, engaging with Washington Gas, communicating with your neighbors about the benefits of this project. If the commission were to endorse it and allow it to proceed as a pilot, what does your community engagement look like after that? Do you see yourself continuing to do the same kind of work at the same level? Does it slow down? What do you think happens afterwards?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Linton. That was not the question I was expecting. But I'm going to respond first this question and then the one that I thought you were going to ask me. We do community organizing. We work with communities, neighbors, congregations, parents of PTAs, and pretty much every organization who wants to join to us. We work with broad-based organizations, whatever. And our job is bigger than specific projects that we have with communities. This is one of the projects. We also we focus a lot on the community leaders that we are working with. So something particular about Northwest Park is that we have been working with them since 2016. ¿Hace cuánto, Ana? ¿Cuánto fue que empezamos a trabajar con ustedes? ¿Cuándo fue? 2015. So in those years, I wasn't working here yet, but one of my colleagues with the father of San Camilo's church next to the neighbor, Washington Gas put it on the map. But they also have geothermal, by the way, with the school. They went to Anna's home and they were door knocking in every home and they were asking to residents how are they doing, if they need any help, because they knew low-income families live there. And thanks to that job, they were able to change all the roofs in more than 900 units. You can imagine the cost. And the windows, because the windows were not prepared, equipped to heat or to cold the houses. You know how that works. So after that project, they start to build their tenants association, and they have been working in different type of projects. And this is one of those. One of the things that we have been hearing, and here's the thing that I thought you were going to ask me, is how to cook with induction stoves. That's a big concern, specifically for migrant families, Hispanic families. We have been hearing families asking, for example, my husband goes out to work in construction at 5 a.m. So usually I get up at 4:45 to make 10 tortillas in 10 minutes like this. And we measured that in the induction stoves. And it takes the same amount of time. It actually takes a little bit less because that induction stoves are like heat so fast, and it was like amazing, and we were like, oh my god. So this program, my work as an organizer is going to continue either if this project is approved or not. But definitely we need this project to be approved in the sense of this is something that communities are asking for us for so long. We were part of the advocacy project of the Warmth Act because we believe that communities deserve to breathe clean air. We were talking with the schools around the neighbor, and we were seeing how the rates of absenteeism in schools are higher, specifically because of respiratory illness. And if we go to measure these homes and we find all this information, so the education continues and the fight continues. We're looking for better conditions to live in Maryland. These are people who pay taxes. We are people who work daily. Really, people who really cares, who really want to stay here, who are doing everything they can to improve their quality of lives. So if you ask me what I'm going to continue doing, I'm going to continue working with them, saying what else can we do to improve the quality of lives of our families and our communities, and not just in this neighbor. You guys hear in the public comments other neighbors or other tenants from other neighbors. We hear from Cider Mill, the Enclave. We also, they didn't talk, but Hewitt Avenue, and even in other neighbors. There is people who are wanting this in their neighbors, and I think this pilot project offers an opportunity to all of us to see how Maryland can do this, and to be an example for other parts of the state and other parts in the United States. So I don't think I respond your question, but kind of.
No, you got 2 for 1. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So, as part of your continued interaction with the community, that's going to also include working and interacting with Washington Gas?
Yes. We started conversations with Washington Gas last year. I don't remember the month well, but I remember we're having meetings with us, Action in Montgomery, IPL, and other organizations that are doing organizing in different parts of the state where they have covered, to talk about the communities where we work, because I know that one of that requires for communities to be active in the project. So they were looking for communities that are already organized, like Northwest Park Apartments. And I remember for a couple of months, they were having monthly meetings where they were asking us specific things about the neighbors. Do they have tenants associations? What are the other constructions that they have around? As I understand, they wanted to have like really mixed type of buildings, because that's also, that will help them to recover more data from different buildings. How much cost in this type of building? How much cost in this other? And at the end, they were able to select Northwest Park because of the strong community organizing that there is there, because also the landlord was really able and open to support the project. We host OCLS 5 big meetings with the landlord last year, with tenants and other just with more small groups to talk about this. Even I think Washington Gas met with the landlord in one moment to talk about how this project could be an option, and I remember Delegate Cherkulian was there too. So yeah, they choose because it's strong organizing. The landlord was able to support it, because the neighbor is huge, and also because the school was next to it. The nursery home was there too, and the church too. And the school and the church are already having geothermal constructions. That they already have the system, but we would like to bring the network to it, and that would be amazing, as he'd recommend us.
Thank you very much for answering 3 questions. And thank you
so
to the
much.
rest of you for your presentations as well. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, and now you have a 4th question.
Great.
So this is the advantage of, you keep talking and then we're listening, and so you are a community organizer. So I'm assuming, after responding to Commissioner Linton's question, once we're finished with geothermal, you're not done. And you're not done with just the Northwest Apartments. So I am challenging you to get involved in some of our other proceedings. We have a number of different proceedings that should be of interest. I mean, we have a low income proceeding where we're looking at ways in which we can perhaps come up with a low income mechanism or some other way of allowing for customers who are struggling with paying their bills to be able to pay them. We have Empower that sort of gathers money and then sort of distributes it. I don't feel like we're distributing enough to the low and moderate income community, so I'm challenging you to find ways for us to do that better. We have community solar that sort of allows for the lower and moderate income community to be able to take advantage of solar projects, even if they're not located at the site where the person is living. And so we have, geothermal is great and will address some of the issues, but I'm challenging you as a community organizer to get involved in some of our other projects to help us to do that, to do those projects better, to make sure that the low and moderate income community and then the more disadvantaged community that has had trouble in the past taking advantage of our programs can get involved. So
that's great.
So that's your challenge.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Commissioner Schumann. responding to that wasn't a question, but that was,
Well, that was sort of a question,
that was
but
encouragement.
well, usually my questions become statements.
No,
that was
great.
kind of what that was.
That's great. Responding to your comment, we actually were part of the Empower Advocacy.
Good.
In Annapolis. I remember we bring around 200 folks from different congregations, different language, different communities all over Maryland to Annapolis for 2 days to advocate for these projects. So that was amazing.
Okay, but come here,
Yeah.
because they passed the legislation, but come here because we allow for it to go into place, and so we approve whatever proposals are coming from the utilities. If we don't hear from you and hear the concerns that you have, we're missing a piece of the puzzle. So I encourage you to get involved.
I'll keep that in mind. But also, I encourage all of us to please, if it's possible. I already say in speech. I said it in a soft way. I'm going to say it in a soft way too. I would really appreciate if you can please publish the agenda a little bit earlier. That would be helpful to bring more audience and public people to the Public Service Commission.
Yes.
And also to make it bilingual or trilingual.
Okay.
Because today, I don't know if you hear a little bit voice around that. Heidi, who already translated Nancy's testimony before, she has been doing the interpretation for the folks who came that doesn't speak in English. So
So
great
that was
work,
that's
Heidi.
what was happening in the corner.
Yeah, that's already going on.
Okay, that's really good input.
And we
so
will
thank you.
appreciate if you guys also provide that service. It's really important to bring more people. But definitely, I will keep that in mind. Thank you so much,
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner. And I will be. It will be great to work with you all too to make this possible. Thank you.
No questions, but thank you very much for being here today.
So much, Commissioner McLean.
So, Mr. Williams, obviously the issues you raised regarding natural gas usage occur in other parts of the country other than here. So, are you aware of what other states are doing to deal with this issue?
Yeah, for sure. There's a couple different strategies based on where you are and what your energy composition is. So, for example, let's do a first in the nation one, the San Francisco Bay Area, which I know is very far away. But they have done first in the nation essentially zero emission appliance standards. So it's a regulatory practice where instead of saying flat out, you can't buy a gas stove, it's banned, it is a regulatory statute that says you can have that appliance, but it can't emit any NO2, carbon monoxide, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thus, that means that when those rules go into effect, the building will be all electric. New construction, and if you need to buy a new stove appliance, you would only be able to buy an electric one. That is a pretty intense regulation, and I think specific to the San Francisco Bay Area, thinking about the political climate of the San Francisco Bay Area. Another success story has been Washington State. They have passed city zoning codes. Riveting topic, I know, but it is by, I believe it's 2031, that all new construction of high-density residential and commercial buildings must be all electric. And that's a little bit of the public health sphere of knowledge where an ounce of prevention prevents a ton of treatment, where those new builds that you are building will not have to deal with nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and methane gas pollutants because there's no gas hookup. So you prevent it in the beginning, you don't have to deal with all these very expensive retrofitting now. Pennsylvania, I know less about this one, but I will highlight it. Pennsylvania has a whole home retrofit program that is a state-funded assistance program to help retrofit homes, weatherize them, not just about the gas, but also about windows for insulation. And that's essentially just like a taxpayer-funded program to help low-income communities weatherize their home. So there's a couple different options, but it all comes back, in my opinion, in my view, to just protecting health and making sure people are healthy.
If I could just piggyback on what Mr. Williams said, the Maryland Department of the Environment actually is considering a clean heat standard in Maryland. And so they've just issued the first kind of step in it, which is reporting requirements.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Actually, do you need a break or? I'm good. Okay. Well, let me get through these two. Let me get through the two union guys, and then see where we're at. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Next, we'll hear from Local 410 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. We're joined by Brian Terwilliger, the Assistant Business Manager for IBEW Local 410, and Morgan Bigelow, an attorney with Lubin and Bustamante.
It's a little close. Gonna say good evening. Chairman, Commissioners, it's good to see everybody again. Brian Twilliger. I'm the Assistant Business Manager for IBEW 410. We represent the workforce for Baltimore Gas and Electric. I do want to point out, I appreciate your questions earlier, but we actually do not represent Washington Gas's employment. That is the Teamsters. So I will only be addressing BGE today. So with that said, I think first off, I'd just like to address the letter that was submitted by IBEW 410 and then the rebuttal from Baltimore Gas and Electric with regards to bargaining. As most of you remember from the sessions from early 2024, some of you were there. It should have come as no surprise to BGE that IBEW 410 was going to demand bargaining after the pilot was signed, the bill was signed. When we sat at the table, Vice Chair Crosby pointed out and kind of made a joke. Hey, everybody in the assembly stop. Charles from BGE, Brian from IBEW, Delegate Charkoudian, all at the same table, all in agreement. Somebody should take a picture. Well, here we are today. Not in agreement. Surprise, surprise. So I want to address a couple just minor details. I'm not going to take a long time. In July of 2024, let me just open up on my phone. We submitted some questions to Baltimore Gas and Electric with regards to network geothermal. While network geothermal is new technology to utility companies, it is not new technology to the state of Maryland. And I'm going to address that in a little bit. So our questions were, how does the company intend to provide bargaining unit employees with opportunity to work on front of the meter and behind the meter projects? How does the company intend to provide bargaining unit employees with the opportunity to provide maintenance and operations for the thermal energy network system? What will be the process by which the company provides bargaining unit employees with the opportunity to work on these projects? To the extent that the bargaining unit employees may need to acquire new skills, how does the company intend to provide training for these employees? What role will the bargaining unit have in a Department of Labor certified apprenticeship program? What opportunities will the bargaining unit members have to enroll in such a program? Now, you might want to ask, why would I be asking questions about the Department of Labor? Well, for two reasons. One, currently at BGE, we do not have a Department of Labor training program. My members are not licensed. The reason why, devil's in the detail, right? There's a statute in Maryland, 2016 Maryland Code, Title 12 Plumbers, Statute 12-301, Licensing Requirements and Exemptions. And I'll read it to you. The exemption for gas companies. This section does not apply to an employee of a gas company regulated by the Public Service Commission while making a connection to a gas appliance for domestic purposes, or while installing, repairing, maintaining, replacing, or performing any other work on the natural gas, propane gas, or other gas distribution system, including customer-owned gas piping systems. BGE does not have to license its employees. Contractors do. Here's the question, though. Network geothermal. Not new to Maryland, new to utility. Guess what Maryland has for network geothermal? Licensing requirements. Who doesn't have an exemption? The utility. So, 2024, we asked BGE, what kind of training can you provide to our employees so that they're qualified to do this work? September 30th, 2025. Haven't answered a single question yet. They sat in front of you today and said they need your approval before they can even consider the work. The work starts in 2026. I can't be licensed that quick. There's no way. My people will not do this work. So, our letter to the commission was not an attempt to say, hey, we don't want this work. We don't want this pilot. No, that's not what we're saying. In fact, we believe that this pilot is the best thing for the state of Maryland. We don't want to charge $1.3 million to put our hands in our pockets and watch other people do the work. That makes no sense. We're in a state where people are complaining about their bills. Who wants to fund workers to stand and watch other workers do work that technically they're not licensed to do? It makes no sense. So with that said, I'm just here to ask the commission to just ask BGE why they took so long to decide that they weren't going to use its own employees to do the work. I can't speak for Washington Gas, but based on the fact that they thought I represented them, I'm assuming they're under the same impression that they also don't need to use their employees to do this work. Thank you.
Do you have?
I have no comment.
Oh, I see. You have no comment. So, let me see if there are any questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Linton?
No, Commissioner Sussman, I'm just here just in case.
Yeah. I understand.
I thought
Yeah.
you
So,
would
yeah.
here to respond.
Yeah. No. We'll get that. So, Commissioner Linton.
Your response might be more valuable.
That's what I.
No.
No, okay. All right.
Doesn't want to.
So, you heard the utility company earlier. First, good afternoon. Sorry.
No, of course.
You heard the utility company's response to my question earlier regarding their willingness to communicate and contract with you, assuming a pilot is proposed and adopted. Doesn't sound like that addresses the concern you have.
Yeah, I think from the testimony you've heard today, a lot of people will tell you it's the same material. It's the same pipes. While it is a different diameter, we address the cost of buying a fusing machine that would, fuse 10-inch pipe. At the end of the day, if we're not licensed, and this is required to be licensed to do this work, we can't do the work under the statute. So while they can work with us, we're not going to do the construction or maintenance or hookups. All we simply are going to do is the inspection work of the contractors and perhaps maybe some of the engineering behind the scenes looking at some of the stuff. But it's such a minor detailed portion. It will have nothing to do with the construction or maintenance of this project.
So it almost sounds like this would be, and there's no other way to really say this, but it's the double cost here. Because they'd have to pay you, but also have to pay their own employees to do the work.
I represent their employees.
You're right.
Yeah, I am BG's employee. Like I do work for BG. I am one of their employees. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
No.
I thought the shirt said. Is that IBEW?
It does.
It does.
The IBEW 410 solely represents Baltimore Gas and Electric's employees. We represent about 1,500 of them.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No, but you're right. That would be double dipping. If we spent $1.3 million to observe, you're paying a contractor to do the work while we stand there and watch.
Right.
While we could obviously clearly dig the trenches. You see us all throughout the city. I know you probably scream when you can't get home in time. We're constantly digging ditches and trenches and everything else. We just physically won't be able to touch the distribution system because we're not licensed.
Right.
And to my knowledge, there's no exemption to network geothermal, and I don't believe BG has attempted to see if there's one, and they have not partnered with us. And at this point, it's kind of not worth our time anymore to try to find an exemption for us to do this work. especially if the pilot's going to start in 2026.
What would be the amount of time you'd need to get a license if that was the path that we ended up suggesting and recommending to the company?
So currently, because our training system is not certified, someone would have to certify it to give our employees a license. We currently have a 42-month program, 18 months as a trainee, 12 months as a B mechanic, 12 months as a gas mechanic, and then they're qualified to independently do this work under the direction of a crew leader. That's pretty standard, 42 months to 48 months for licensing. I think the plumbers and pipe fitters might be a year longer. However, because our program's not certified and BGE has not made any attempts to get it to be certified or licensed, it's not going to happen. It's going to take way too long.
And during that training period, I'm assuming the employee or trainee would be compensated or paid along the way.
Correct. It's set up just like an apprenticeship.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sushman.
Okay, so if you can't do it, who can do it? Who is licensed?
Well, based on the law, any of our contractors would be licensed to work on our distribution system because they don't fall under that exemption. So this pilot, right out the gate, gave our contractors an upper hand on our internal employees, which is why we demanded the bargain immediately when the bill was signed.
Okay, so do they have any more experience than you have on geothermal?
No, ma'am. A geothermal contractor from out of state probably would, but I don't believe there's anyone in state that does this work to this large of a scale.
Okay, so they could be hired right off the bat with no more experience than you have, but they don't need to be licensed.
They do have to be licensed. Anyone who's doing this work would have to be licensed based on the Maryland code. So the people who are drilling these boreholes, based on Maryland statute, you have a well driller's license. So anyone who's drilling boreholes in the state of Maryland has to have that well driller's license.
Okay, do you have any?
No.
Okay.
So you have to have a HVACR contractor license in order to install the geothermal system and do the work inside the house. None of which our employees currently have because we have exemptions to all this to hook the gas up inside people's houses. We don't have a plumbing license because BGE has an exemption through the state of Maryland to do this work.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. McLean.
Good afternoon. And I think I already know the answer to this, but I believe BGE indicated that there was a meeting with the IBEW after you filed your comments. I just wondered if you were at that meeting and if any of your concerns were addressed at that time.
Yep, I actually have their comments right here from September 26th in response to that meeting. They thanked us for our proposal regarding the use of a union gas crew, which is what we were asking for, one crew to work side by side with contractors, something that we typically do not do. But we understood that while we don't carry the proper licensing, we don't have the skill set and abilities to do some of this work, we still wanted to be involved. We thought there could be a fair trade-off. While we didn't want to just stand there with our hands in our pockets, perhaps we could have digged the trenches. We could have delivered the pipe. We could have installed the pipe. We might not be able to fuse the pipe because we don't carry the license required in the state of Maryland. We could have offset the contractor's workload to bring costs down. But like anything else, they just told us before they could commit to anything, regulatory approval, site selection, design timelines, and then they would talk about construction partnerships. So until you guys approve their budget, they're not going to agree to anything for us.
So pretty much everything is still outstanding from your perspective, sir?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, as a follow-up to Commissioner McLean's question, I guess the impression I got from the presentation made by the BG&E folks this morning was that this was an ongoing discussion, not that it was just a one-off type thing. And so, what I'm concerned about is obviously, negotiations between the union and the company is a normal process, and I'm not necessarily sure that we should intervene in that, and I kind of want to let that process work if in fact it is a process and it's an ongoing discussion. if it's, but the way you've sort of described it now is, it's basically at a standstill, and until we grant the approval for one or the other project, nothing's going to happen. So I guess I'm trying to get a sense from you as to where things are.
Yeah, so we've repeatedly asked the exact same questions since July of 2024. There's been no difference. We've asked for our crews. We've asked for one construction crew to be on site, to work hand in hand with contractors. We've asked for what kind of work we can do. When we ask that question, it's not what we can do. We know we can fuse pipe. We know we can dig trenches. We know we can do this work, but technically we're not allowed to. So we need BGE to tell us, what can we do? Have they made any attempt to get an exemption to allow our workforce to do certain work? And if they haven't, they just have to let us know that, because we can't bargain. I mean, there's really nothing to bargain over. We're not bargaining over wages or benefits. It's not really a mandatory subject to bargain. It's effects bargaining. If this pilot takes off, how does it impact our employees? If this pilot is successful and it becomes the norm, do we get licensing? Does a training system change? How does this work? But, I mean, the term bargaining, it's not as defined as you would think.
Sure.
It's considered effects bargaining, and it's really just the effect of this pilot and how it has on our workforce. We just want to know if we're going to do the work.
Yeah, no, I understand. So, Mr. Michelle, I guess to the extent you feel you can, if you can sort of enlighten us as to where the negotiations are.
Sure. Appreciate the opportunity to respond, Chair. I think this is a basic case of frustration for wanting information that is not currently available. As we mentioned in our outbound comments, it doesn't make sense for the company to make promises to the unions about work that we will allow the union to do without actually getting approval from the commission, having a final design to understand what work is necessary. And I think one important point for the commission to keep in mind is that, as the representative from the union just indicated, they will not be able to do all of the work for a network geothermal system. One, BG has never built such a system, so its workers doesn't have that experience. There may be components of the system that the union workers can perform. However, we're going to have to hire a contractor who has the necessary licensing and experience, and that contractor is going to have to agree to allow, I guess, a joint effort between the contractor's workers and the union workers. And the big concern that we have at this point is a contractor going to warranty its work for the system, understanding that its workers are not going to be building the entirety of the system. In other words, the contractor is going to have to agree to warranty the work of the union laborers. And we have not yet identified a contractor, and so we have not yet begun that conversation of whether the contractor is ultimately going to accept that arrangement. So in sum, it's a matter of, we can't put the cart before the horse. As information becomes available, we will share that with the union, and as you mentioned, Chair Hoover, continue to have good faith conversations with the union.
Okay, if I remember right, one of the requests is to extend the timeline for this. Now, does that facilitate coming to some agreement with the union if we in fact do that?
Yeah, Chair, just to reiterate what I indicated earlier this morning, we are confident that we can work together with the union to find work for the union to perform in terms of the construction of this project. Certainly, having more time will assist us in doing that, both in finalizing the design and then facilitating those additional discussions with the union.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if the commission were to approve the pilot, there's going to be some expectation from the side of the bench as to what the costs would be. But because you would then have to review the design, review what we've approved, and then have these additional negotiations, it's very likely that you're going to have a different bottom line, at least as far as the estimate would be at the time of initiating the project. So are you comfortable with, and I guess we have to figure out if we'd be comfortable with, taking on the responsibility of producing a updated budget that we then have to review again?
Well, I think the projections or the budget that we've proposed is sort of our best good faith effort to inform the commission of what the cost of these pilots would be, and certainly all the stakeholders in this proceeding have been able to scrutinize it and evaluate it. But as we indicated earlier this morning, to the extent we see that those estimates changing, we will be sure to inform the commission and provide the commission with that information, and the commission can use that information to take whatever decisions it deems necessary.
All right, so yeah, I appreciate that, and I think that the issue I'm seeing here, at least, is that it's almost as if this budget is conditional on not just the approval, but some of the negotiations that you haven't had yet.
Yeah, sure, but again, as with any construction budget, you take available or past information. So, for example, the other network geothermal pilots in other states that were referenced this morning, we take the learnings and the cost learnings from those projects and incorporate it into our projection. And you are absolutely right that could change one direction or another. But if there's any drastic change, we certainly will inform the commission as that information becomes available. So you don't have to be concerned about a situation where after we've built the pilot, we come back to the commission and say, hey, by the way, the cost has doubled.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, let's move on and do MEA and then see where we're at. So.
Great. We're going to hear from Maryland Energy Administration next.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll start with MEA.
Okay.
All right. Sure. Ready? Okay, back on the record.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Joyce Lombardi with the Maryland Energy Administration. Today with me to answer questions is my colleague, Ryan Trawley. He will introduce himself.
Hey, good afternoon. Ryan Trawley, Energy Efficiency and Electrification Program Manager with the Maryland Energy Administration, supporting our IRA Home Energy Rebate Program applications, as well as the Program Manager for our Electrification Outreach Program, supporting the work that Action in Montgomery and Interfaith Power and Light are doing in support of Washington Gas, as well as the work that Civic Works is doing in support of BGE.
So should the Commission have questions, IRA, appliances, things that have come up, Mr. Trawley can handle that. So you have our filed comments. We filed July 1st, talked about some money. We filed again in September. And so the September comments, I'm just going to try to summarize and highlight. So last time I came before you, I think I started right away with cost recovery. And I'm going to end up with cost recovery, and we'll see where we end. But this time I'm going to start, in light of Mrs. Magavi, I'm going to start with cake. Because she came and she talked to you about cake. And she said that in the cost recovery in network geothermal, it's a layer cake. And one of the things, or one of the ways that she was looking at the cost recovery, and she emphasized in her comments, is the benefit to the electric grid. And for us, as we went through, and we pointed this out in our comments, is you have in the statute, you have a number of factors that you're being asked to consider, and that some of which you have talked about here today. And 4 of those, as I read it, talks very specifically about some of the things you are asking about, Commissioner Suchman, which were some of the grid benefits, even in comparison with air source heat pumps versus ground source. There was one of the things to consider is demand response, to the extent that that can be in the capacity markets, targeted electrification, how this fits into gas planning, as you were saying. And so as we look at the geothermal pilot, we look at in the context of all of the things that you are doing and have been being asked to do, right? And 10 years ago, we had PC 44, and then you're building on this work. And the question that we were answering in PC 44 is what does the grid need that's going to be now customer-centered, affordable, reliable, and have environmental stability? And as you know, work groups, there have been dockets that have spun out. We've been answering those questions. But sitting here today, one of the biggest problems that you are solving for across all of those dockets, across all of your legislative mandates with the external pressures that are happening is, what does the grid need now? And the problem that we're solving for, and I think we understand across the country, in a vast majority of places, the grid, the vast majority of the time, the current grid can handle all of the load at all of the times that it's being asked to handle, except in specific locations at specific times. And so now the question that you are answering is, what does the grid need now? And what questions are we answering for this grid in specific times and specific locations? And how does the future of gas fit into that? So those are across all of your dockets. And here we have with the Warmth Act. And so in the Warmth Act, you have a list of things that you're considering. When I look at cake, I don't think of Smith layer cake or all the lovely state cake, where all the layers are the same. I'm thinking of a wedding cake. And so the base would be, to the extent that this project can be scalable and useful, does it provide grid services? Does it provide deferred costs to the electric and the gas grids? And so those are some of the questions that you're going to be answering. Those are some of the questions that the pilot, I think in the slides that you saw today, those are in there, they're potential, but they're not necessarily moved up. I think in the proposals that you saw, BGE said, hey, we can have $5.6 million of deferred transmission and distribution costs, maybe. I think Washington Gas said, well, it's de minimis at this time, so we can't really estimate those benefits. But it's important, I think, again, to quote Heat, it's important that we build those questions and those engineering concerns and reporting and metrics into this pilot and in your considerations. And that's why I start there and with that analogy. I think it also leads into cost recovery. And so one of the questions before us was, well, who pays, right? And I think in the Framingham project that we learned a lot about, that's also a dual gas electric, but it's the gas customers that pay. And I think one of the proposals by BGE was, let's have electric customers pay this. And then they said in their reply comments, and they said at the hearing today, well, maybe, staff said if there really are some benefits to the grid, to the electric customers, maybe we share there and have the gas customers pay the rest. And I think that could be an equitable solution. Our comment said we did not feel that the costs of this geothermal pilot should go all to electric customers because it's not clear that they're going to be reaping all the benefits. But my point there is that the gas system, the benefits, they're absolutely intertwined. And the other thing that we said in our comments was gas planning and integrated electric planning. Like this pilot gives us a really good example of when utilities are talking to each other across sectors and across utilities. And so Washington Gas said, well, when we winnowed our sites, we got down to 2. And then we talked to Pepco, and Pepco said, we really can't handle the load here. And they said, fine, let's go with this one. I think what we would have liked to see is talk to Pepco sooner, maybe in your site selection, to really take seriously the non-pipeline alternatives. Can you prune the gas system? What neighborhoods are you picking? But at least they spoke to them. At least that's part of it. And I think we said in our comments, staff said in their comments, please make sure that the utilities, gas and electric, talking to each other stays in the reporting requirements and stays as part of this. It's kind of a precursor to the future of gas, whether it's that proceeding or this proceeding. This is a really important docket because it cuts across those lines. I think the other thing that we said, and I think Commissioner Hoover, you asked one of the panelists, hey, if we had to choose among BG&Es, which would we choose? And we put in our comments, because of the targeted electrification benefits that BG&E found at Columbia over Coppin State, under that criteria alone, we would support, should you have a choice, Columbia over Coppin State, because that has the potential to prune the gas system. It's an end of a group, and so you can expand the geothermal there. So to the extent that is one of your considerations. Now cost recovery. So I think I do agree, only in theory. Washington Gas said, hey, we would like a differentiated ROE. They said they'd like a 10.5. I mean, obviously you asked a lot of questions about that. We put in our comments, no, we do not agree with the 10.5 ROE in this instance, but we do agree in theory that now is the time, under this paradigm, what are we doing with this grid? What does the grid need? That's an important conversation, to look at a differentiated ROE and what signals are we sending with the regulatory tool that you have, which is an ROE. So in this one, we didn't say, we said in discovery, because this is kind of business as usual spending, we wouldn't necessarily consider this, the Warmth Act, without really strong, validated non-pipeline alternatives or non-wire solutions results to really merit maybe a differentiated ROE, but that's the kind of thing that we would be looking at. I think to the extent that there's one of the proposals on the table was to have a rider, and so if there is a rider, then I think we put in our comments, hey, the Next Generation Act said if you're looking at a rider, and no, we do not support riders in general, but if you do, or if you're looking at a rider, well, that's less risk. And so if there's less risk, maybe there's something that you would be considering in adjustment to the ROE. So those are the two kinds of conversations we're very interested in having. What does the grid need, and how do we properly incentivize it? And we think that this pilot has opportunities to have some of those discussions. And let me just check my notes, and I think that's everything we wanted to say, and then we'll have questions if you have them. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner McLean.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon or evening, whatever it is. On page 2 of your comments, you talk about your, you reference since July 1st, 2025, you haven't received any updates from the federal government on your application.
Exactly.
Did you want to go fill in the blanks? I was just going to,
Yeah.
when do you expect, or do you expect an answer anytime soon?
So basically the status is that we have conditional awards for both of the IRA home energy rebate programs. So that's about $68 million for each of those awards. But what that does mean is that those conditions have to be lifted before we have the full funding, right? So prior to the administration change, we're in an active process of receiving feedback on our applications and going through rounds of revisions. The feedback on the applications essentially has stopped since under the new administration federally. We do continue to communicate with DOE regularly and our project officer there in the context of our early administrative funding for those awards. So we do continue to file quarterly reports on our progress towards trying to advance these programs. We have an RFP out for an implementation contractor to support these programs. But yes, that is correct. We are not receiving additional feedback from DOE. The language continues to be, when we send them things, it's like, we've received it, confirming receipt. We'll respond to you as soon as we are, able to do so, essentially.
Fair enough. Thank you. On the cost effectiveness, you referenced in your comments specifically that you were concerned about the dollar figures, and you comparing it to the EverSource project. How concerned is MEA with the proposed cost effectiveness of the 3 pilots, and especially with WGL?
Very. We noticed that OPC suggested a cap, 30 million. I listened to the utilities saying that wouldn't be effective, but that certainly would be in a neighborhood we'd be more comfortable in. These are expensive, and I think, as we said in our comments, is the juice worth the squeeze? We like geothermal. We like an off-ramp, perhaps. We like this to be in a toolkit. Is it scalable? Does it provide the benefit? So it's a long answer to your question. If this is a valid non-pipeline alternative, non-wire solution, then I'm less concerned about overall costs. I think the other question, I think Ms. Magavi also said scalability. We don't want it too small. In the demand response discussion, I think BGE said, well, we don't know, it might be too small. I don't know if making it bigger would help with demand response such that would impact costs. But I think that's the big picture, long-winded, but big picture answer.
Sure.
If it's worth it to eventually lower costs,
Sure.
to avoid overbuilding on the gas and electric system right now during these 10 years, we are interested.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all right.
Mr. Sushman.
Well, I do like the idea of a layer cake, and I'm not a big Smith layer cake. I'm sorry, but wedding cakes, yeah, those are good. And the reason I'm sort of referencing that is because there are, as you heard today, there are lots of different reasons to do geothermal. There's the health reasons, there's the system benefit reasons. Non-wires on the electric side could certainly be one reason, but I actually want to explore a little bit more the use of geothermal as a way to avoid having to replace very old gas lines. And so when there was a conversation earlier about giving customers the opportunity to opt out, I feel like if we do that, we are missing an opportunity, but we're also overburdening the system in terms of costs. If we keep everything the way it is, so that 1 or 2 or 3 customers can opt out and continue to use gas, even if those lines are really antiquated, then all we're doing is we're sort of creating an opportunity where those lines have to be upgraded. So we're continuing to overburden the sort of the smaller number of gas customers that are remaining on the system, and we're also not getting any of the benefits of geothermal. So I guess from MEA's perspective, does it make sense to look at those projects that where the option is either geothermal or pipeline replacement? And he actually talked about that in Massachusetts that is one of the factors to consider in these older systems is, are we going to have to go in and replace those pipelines, or is it better to just change it out with geothermal?
Absolutely. Yes, I couldn't agree more. And non-pipeline alternatives means just that. And I think both BGE said in Colombia, I'm sorry, not Colombia, but in their project, one of them, Coppin State, couldn't necessarily be a non-pipeline alternative because you'd have to go to every single downstream neighbor and say, hey, do you mind if we cut off your gas system? And it's too much buy-in. Whereas the other site, which was Colombia, it was at the end of a gas system, and so the community outreach, the community kind of customer engagement to describe your options, just say you've got 2 options, right? And so one could be being a part of this network geothermal program, send in the groups with their stickers and their testing and,
Right.
Show you the benefits. Yes, I think that this could be a very viable non-pipeline alternative that you're going to be looking at in 9707 or even sooner.
Right. Well, and targeting those customers that would have been subject to stride replacement. I mean, to the extent that there's so not to target sort of pipes that still have a long useful life. I mean, those can come at a later date. But what I'm suggesting is that if the alternative is to replace the pipe or to go with geothermal, then the cost benefit analysis shifts a little, because then what you're also considering is the cost of pipe replacement versus the cost of geothermal. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, and the reason I'm nodding is because I'm trying to remember how much per foot it cost per mile to replace a cast iron pipe. I'm sure OPC knows. They're behind me. They know all things. Yes.
And maybe Mr. Nichols knows back there, too.
And I'm going with cured in place pipeliner is half the cost of replacing a pipe, but how does that work with a network geothermal pilot that we see is very expensive, at least in phase 1, and phase 1 is
Well, and what I'm saying, so the cost is not as expensive if what you're dealing with is a cast iron pipe that has to get replaced. And I don't know if that's the case with the Northwest apartment complex, but it just seems to me that if we're looking at a pilot for purposes of making the system work better, then shouldn't we be looking at situations where the pipes are going to have to get replaced anyway, instead of replacing them or keeping them in place, that we actually get rid of them and replace them with geothermal?
Yes, absolutely. And the 9707 and even before, I mean, I think OPC and MEA both said we're really interested in having this non-pipeline alternative conversation before the conclusion of the 9707 docket, should you agree with us, because it's part of gas planning. Like, what are the actual costs? Can we start looking at them? Can we start looking at them now? So yes, I do agree with you, and this pilot kind of helps accelerate that conversation that we're having now. So yes, we do say that as being one of the biggest benefits of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you did have some comments regarding the importance of data tracking and auditing. What role do you see MEA playing in that component of these pilots, assuming one's adopted?
I think the role, fair question. I think the role we have now, I heard your questions, transparency, right? Can we trust you for transparency? Transparency, yes. On the record, yes. Yes, we're going to be in leg up. And so I think the role is that we would have as an intervener, not a party of right, is to make sure that the intended benefits, non-pipeline alternatives, non-wire solution, among others, are there, and that the learnings go to the gas docket, right? What is scalable? Where are you doing it? And the DSP process, right? So I think the role would be, we want the data, is it transparent? We have a lot of discovery. We're also very interested in how all of this data works across the dockets to answer the questions, what does the grid need now, where and when? Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. And so I know you've been involved already. You've been interacting with utility companies, providing assistance. Do you see that continuing, assuming a pilot's adopted?
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry to cut you off. Yes, we do. I think we were meeting with them in the initial design phases, somewhat to talk about the IRA rebate, somewhat to talk about the community grant, somewhat to talk a little bit, about conceptions of the project. To the extent that that would continue, I hope so. I will say that something that's been very fruitful for MEA is we have been meeting with the utilities on a regular basis, directors of strategy, and so forth, just to talk about some of these grid ideas outside of this forum, outside of a rate case, I can say ROE, and just talk about what should you be investing in now, how can we help, do we agree? We might not always agree, so yes, we welcome that, and it's been working so far to really shape our thinking.
So you were here earlier when we heard a number of comments from the public, especially in the Washington Gas service territory, and specifically in response to their proposed pilot. And very persuasive, very important comments. I think as all the commissioners said. What weight does MEA believe the commission should give to the comments related to indoor air quality benefits from just for the Washington Gas pilot, but really for all three of them?
That significant because the policy of the state is electrification. I mean, we have an IRA program that we're incentivizing electrification, air source heat pumps, and so electrification is the strong policy. Indoor air quality certainly is part of it. So I think one of the nuances in the comments maybe had to do with a certain type of heat pump or a certain type of stove, or a little more agnostic on that under the contours of the IRA. I think that you have this much community buy-in is really important, and actually we're very pleased. These are grantees. We have nothing to do with that. That's them organizing. You asked I believe it was you or maybe Chair Hoover, you asked, are you going to, I think it was you, are you going to continue organizing during the pendency of the pilot? And the answer is yes, because we gave a grant for about 2 years so that there is community involvement with the utilities during the pendency of the pilot to make sure it is successful, to troubleshoot. We learned that lesson from Eversource, from the Massachusetts utilities. Community engagement and buy-in is critical, and to the extent that not everyone's going to get a geothermal pilot, right? Not everyone can. We're not going to scale to every neighborhood for a variety of reasons, but to the extent that the community is really educating people on the benefits of electrification, that's going to help adoption of air source heat pumps, perhaps, and kind of help move that needle. So we're pleased to see that, a level of engagement on these issues, really. It's making energy, making energy cool and accessible and in your home, and you can cook tortillas quickly on induction stove.
They're good tortillas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So are you, just so I get definitive answer on this, are you recommending that we not approve the Coppin State project, or are you instead saying if we have to pick between the two, we should pick the Columbia project over the Coppin project?
The latter.
Okay. Okay. Actually, that was all I had, so thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
So, we have Delegate Charkoudian, who actually isn't available until tomorrow. So we're going to call an end for things today, and we'll take her tomorrow along with OPC and staff. So, thank you.